Hey everyone, I hope you are having a fantastic Thursday, a happy Turkey Day if that's what you celebrate. And for those of you that are cooking dinner, I thought I would give you something to watch while you're slaving away over the stove. For those of you that don't celebrate, I figured the pickings were probably kind of slim, and I have had this case sitting around for a while, waiting for the right time to do it. This is a 5-hour long trial in Judge David Wolf's courtroom in Tennessee. It is well, I'll just let you see the intro I put together, and I will be here the whole time, but I'm not going to sit here on the screen because you guys don't want to sit and stare at me for 5 hours. But I'll be in the chat if anybody needs anything. And happy Turkey Day. I hope everybody's doing great. Police chases have been a part of our culture for quite a few years. I think it's part of our innate attraction to chaos and disaster. Not saying that's a good thing, but many of us sat glued almost 30 years now. Doesn't that make you feel old? Watching that white Bronco navigate the streets of LA. Even today, there's multiple channels on YouTube dedicated to watching police chases. Often the ones in LA and with the vehicle, slowly rolling to a stop after spike strips are used. But then there's other ones, like in Arkansas, where boy, do they love a good pit maneuver. And it's not too uncommon for the occupant of the speeding vehicle to be injured in some way. It's even resulted in a few deaths. One thing that we don't hear too often, though, is innocent bystanders being killed in a high-speed chase. Usually, law enforcement are able to put an end to it before it gets to that point. However, that was not the case.
New information tonight about a beloved Waverly couple killed following a police pursuit that ended in a fatal crash. Waverly police say Tory McConahie was driving a stolen vehicle and was being pursued by Carroll County Sheriff's deputies. The chase came to a deadly end in Humphreys County.
In addition to the vehicle he was driving being stolen, McConaughey was also wanted on warrants out of Carroll County. As he entered into an intersection at Highway 70 and Clydeton Road, he struck another vehicle and tragically killed the couple that was inside. McConaughey was taken to the hospital. He was treated and released and charged with 2 counts of vehicular homicide, evading arrest, reckless driving, DUI, possession of drug paraphernalia, and driving on a revoked license. He was held in the Humphreys County Jail under a bond that was over $1 million. His case was ultimately to be heard by our favorite, Judge David Wolf.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the initial charge of the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant, Tory A. McConahie, is charged in the indictment in counts 1 and 2 with the crime of vehicular homicide by intoxication. In counts 3 and 4, the defendant is charged with vehicular homicide by recklessness. In count 5, the defendant is charged with evading arrest. In count 6, the defendant is charged with driving under the influence. In count 7, the defendant is charged with driving on a revoked license. In count 8, the defendant is charged with unlawful use of drug paraphernalia. In counts 9 and 10, the defendant is charged with reckless endangerment. The defendant pleads not guilty to each and every offense embraced in the indictment. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of these proceedings.
Since we all pretty much know how a trial is going to go, we don't need to listen to Judge Wolf explain that to the jury. So instead, I cut that part out, and I want to give you a quick look back at some of the pretrial motions that were made right before the trial started. Between the time of his arrest and this trial, Mr. McConaughey filed a lawsuit against the city of Waverly. That's the city where the accident took place. He says that on February 10th, 2021, he was in an automobile collision that resulted in the death of 2 people. Obviously, that's why we're here today. But he alleges that he broke his left clavicle, 5 ribs, and he has experienced pain and depression since the collision. He alleges that the collision is attributable to acts of negligence by officers for the Humphreys County Sheriff's Department and the city of Waverly, which is where the final crash occurred. including pursuing plaintiff for 30 miles at high speeds and failing to block the intersection where the collision occurred. The plaintiff is seemingly facing criminal charges related to this incident, as he complains of facing trial that has been continued multiple times and not being offered a plea agreement. Now, I'm going to put the whole entire document in somewhere for you to read, but this civil suit against the city of Waverly, filed by Mr. McConaughey, is what the start of this stream kind of broke into the middle of that argument. So we don't hear the very start of it to really lay out the foundation of it, but that's what it's about. And a defense attorney actually wants to bring the allegations of negligence against law enforcement into this criminal suit. Charges. Blah! Words.
Versus my client's intoxication. It goes to the recklessness and the negligence of these law enforcement agencies and individuals that are named. And that would be what I would intend to show. I have a certified copy of that complaint, which I would ask the court to enter as an exhibit as far as the proof goes. Like I said, it directly states that these agencies were negligent and that they broke protocol, violated their policies in this multi-county, multi-mile pursuit of my client, which goes to the very heart of the issue about what ultimately caused this accident. And that would be what we intend to show as far as the civil suit goes.
State wish to respond?
Yes, sir.
Judge, the state objects on 3 legal bases. 1, relevance. 2, hearsay. 3, questioning any of the witnesses, lay witnesses about this lawsuit. Will be requesting them to testify as, quite frankly, experts in both legal issues and crash reconstruction. To my knowledge, none of these folks that he intends to question are experts. Not only that, it should be pointed out that the civil lawsuit also names Mr. McConaughey as the actual direct cause of the deaths. So, I'd ask the judge in making your ruling to also include the fact that the defendant in this criminal trial is also a defendant in this civil trial, which I think brings up an issue of whether or not, let me back up. If this complaint is allowed in, it will essentially be allowing Mr. Sanders through this complaint to make arguments that would otherwise have to be made by a live witness in person. And we would be unable to cross-examine those witnesses if all of this complaint is allowed in, which is why I'm objecting to its hearsay.
Well, the court is of the opinion that this information, this material should not be allowed in as a part of any part of this action. Number one, in the criminal case, the state has the burden of proof to establish that the defendant's action and intoxication was the proximate cause of the death of the victims in the case, and also that and that's all by preponderant, but beyond a reasonable doubt. The civil case is a lawsuit brought not by the state of Tennessee, but rather is brought by the family of the deceased and is a civil action. Therefore, it has a different cause, a different burden of proof, and therefore the burden of proof in that case is by a preponderance of the evidence, which is just basically the greater weight of the credible evidence rather than beyond a reasonable doubt. Those allegations, therefore, in my opinion, and that's what they are, they're allegations set forth in that civil action, and they are not relevant to our proceeding today because they deal with different standards of proof, they deal with different burdens of proof, and also the allegations brought by a family are not binding on the state of Tennessee. A civil action brought by a family member of a victim is not, in my opinion, binding on the state of Tennessee regarding the prosecution and I agree that the allegations in that complaint are both hearsay and are allegations stating opinion as to the proximate cause, and therefore that would be more confusing to the jury in this court's opinion than would be relevant. So for those reasons, I'm going to allow Mr. Sanders to file a copy of the complaint as an offer of proof by the defense, so that the record is complete and shows what you were attempting to introduce for the appellate review. But it is this court's opinion that that information should not be allowed in. All right.
Your Honor, I understand the court's ruling as far as the civil lawsuit itself. And I haven't thought this through, but in questioning witnesses, if they were to be asked about other parties involved in this crash and their roles in that, would that be a permissible line of questioning?
I'm not sure I'm following. Are you basically asking, will you be permitted on cross-examination of witnesses to take the position that their actions were the actual proximate cause of the accident?
Yes, and I think we're mainly talking, I think, about, of course, I think the officer certainly be asked, but which is probably answered my own question, kind of thinking about how I would do that. What we were talking about, I think, initially was the witness, Mr. Franklin, being asked about the civil lawsuit. And I understand the court's ruling on that.
Right. No, that will not be permitted by this court, because it's actually, to ask that question, you're asking a lay witness to give an opinion about the ultimate issue that the jury has to decide. And for that reason, it is this court's opinion that that would be an impermissible line of inquiry and an impermissible line of questioning. In addition to that, you're asking him to render an opinion, which I think is not permissible either. So.
In the Circuit Court for Humphreys County, Tennessee at Waverly, June term grand jury 2021. The grand jurors of Humphreys County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oaths, do present that on or about February the 10th, 2021, in Humphreys County, Tennessee, and prior to the finding of this presentment, Tory A. McConaughey, then and there, did recklessly and feloniously kill Mr. Larry W. Franklin, date of birth 7/14/1953, by the operation of a motor vehicle, the killing of Larry W. Franklin, date of birth 7/15/1953, being the proximate result of Tory A. McConaughey's intoxication as set forth in TCA 55-10-401 and as operator of said motor vehicle in violation of TCA 39-13-213, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 2. The grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present and say that on or about February 10th, 2021, and prior to the finding of this presentment in the county and state aforesaid, the said Tory A. McConaughey, then and there, did recklessly and feloniously kill Miss Patricia D. Franklin, date of birth 12/29/1953, by the operation of a motor vehicle, the killing of Miss Patricia D. Franklin, date of birth 12/29/1953, being the proximate result of Tory A. McConaughey's intoxication as set forth in TCA 55-10-401 and as operator of said motor vehicle in violation of TCA 39-13-213, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 3. On the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present and say that on or about February 10th, 2021, and prior to the finding of this presentment, and the county and state aforesaid, the said Tory A. McConaughey, then and there, did unlawfully, recklessly, and feloniously kill Mr. Larry W. Franklin, date of birth 7/14/1953, by the operation of a motor vehicle in a way that created a substantial risk of death or serious bodily injury in violation of TCA 39-13-213-A1, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 4. And the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present and say that on or about February the 10th, 2021, and prior to the finding of this presentment in the county and state aforesaid, the said Tory A. McConaughey, then and there, did unlawfully, recklessly, and feloniously kill Miss Patricia D. Franklin, date of birth 12/29/1953, by the operation of a motor vehicle in a way that created a substantial risk of death or serious bodily injury in violation of TCA 3913-213A1, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 5. And the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present and say that on or about February the 10th, 2021, and prior to the finding of this presentment in the county and state aforesaid, the said Tory A. McConaughey, then and there, did unlawfully and intentionally, while operating a motor vehicle upon any street, road, alley, or highway in the state of Tennessee, flee and or attempt to elude a law enforcement officer of the Humphreys County Sheriff's Office after having received a signal from said officer to bring the vehicle to a stop in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3916-603, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 6. And the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present and say that on or about February 10th, 2021, and prior to the finding of this presentment in the county and state aforesaid, the said Tory A. McConaughey, then and there, did unlawfully, while under the influence of an intoxicant and or drug, drive and or physically control an automobile and or motorized vehicle upon a public highway and or area frequented by the public at large in said Humphreys County, Tennessee, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 5510-401, 5510-401, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 7. The grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present and say that on or about February the 10th, 2021, and prior to the finding of this presentment in the county and state aforesaid, the said Tory A. McConaughey, then and there, did unlawfully and willfully drive a motor vehicle upon a public highway in Humphreys County, Tennessee, at a time when the privilege of said Tory A. McConaughey to do so was canceled, suspended, or revoked in violation of TCA 555504, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 8. And the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present and say that on or about February 10th, 2021, and prior to the finding of this presentment in the county and state aforesaid, the said Tory A. McConaughey, then and there, did unlawfully use or possess with intent to use drug paraphernalia, to wit, several hypodermic needles, digital scales, a glass smoking pipe, and a plastic baggie with a white powder residue inside, to plant, propagate, cultivate, grow, harvest, manufacture, compound, convert, produce, process, prepare, test, analyze, pack, repack, store, contain, conceal, inject, ingest, inhale, or otherwise introduce into the human body a controlled substance or controlled substance analog in violation of TCA 3917-425, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 9. And the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, you further present and say that on or about February 10th, 2021, and prior to the finding of this presentment, the county and state aforesaid, the said Tory A. McConaughey, then and there, did unlawfully, recklessly, knowingly, and feloniously engage in conduct which placed another person, to wit, Officer Chris Taylor, in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury, same being perpetrated by the use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a motor vehicle, in violation of TCA 3913-103, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. And the grand jurors, count 10, and the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present and say that on or about February 10th, 2021, and prior to the finding of this presentment in the county and state aforesaid, the said Tory A. McConaughey, then and there, did unlawfully, recklessly, knowingly, and feloniously engage in conduct which placed another person, to wit, Officer Jordan Coble, in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury, the same being perpetrated by the use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a motor vehicle, in violation of 3913-103, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, W. Ray Crouch, Jr., District Attorney General.
To that indictment, how does the defendant plead?
not guilty, Your Honor.
The plea of not guilty is entered. Ladies and gentlemen, the next step will be the opening statements of the parties. The state will be allowed to go first and then followed by the defendant.
This case began in Carroll County, Tennessee. The defendant had borrowed for a day or two a vehicle belonging to Mr. Guy Roberts. In fact, I think Mr. Roberts charged him about $75 at his pickup truck. And that worked out okay at first until the defendant brought the vehicle back and asked to borrow it again. And Mr. Roberts allowed him to borrow it this time. Guess what? He did not bring it back. That's what the facts would show. So Mr. Roberts reported his truck stolen. That brings us up to February 10th. In the meantime, Mr. Roberts, Guy Roberts in Carroll County, had rented a Nissan Murano. His truck was no longer there, stolen by the defendant. And he'd been looking for his truck, and he spots on February the 10th the defendant in his pickup truck. He follows him. In the course of following him, this is in Carroll County, the defendant puts Mr. Roberts' truck in reverse and rams Mr. Roberts' rental vehicle, the Nissan Murano. Now, keep in mind, in the meantime, Mr. Roberts has called law enforcement in Carroll County, and law enforcement is responding. And law enforcement sees the defendant driving Mr. Roberts' pickup truck, and they get behind him, turn on the blue lights to initiate a traffic stop. Guess what? He doesn't stop. You're going to hear from the defendant's own mouth that when he decided to put his foot on that gas pedal, he never took it off. Ever. And he drove from Carroll County into Humphreys County without ever touching the brakes. And he approached the intersection, Clyden Road, and Highway 70. And there was a red light. And there were multiple vehicles at that red light facing east, same direction the defendant drove. One of those we're going to hear from is Mr. Rice. He was an eyewitness to the entire event. He was part of that red light. The defendant, instead of touching the brake, chose to go into the right turn lane and avoid those vehicles that were observing the traffic laws and blow through the red light. And when he made that decision to do so, he hit the Franklins directly inside of their vehicle. And he knocked their vehicle approximately 100 feet because the defendant was traveling 100 miles per hour per his own admission. He killed the Franklins instantly. You're going to hear proof in this case that the defendant was high as a kite on methamphetamine. He had a blood toxicology of methamphetamine of 1.4 micrograms per milliliter. You're going to hear expert testimony that's high. He was driving under the influence of methamphetamine. He put numerous law enforcement officers in danger who attempted to stop him along the way, including the placement of spike strips on Highway 70. When those spike strips were placed on Highway 70, the defendant swerved towards the officers. And you're going to see that on video. The defendant was impaired on methamphetamine. His decision-making ability was altered because of his use of methamphetamine. And you're going to see that in the state's evidence. And those two things are why he's charged with vehicular homicide by impairment, vehicular homicide by recklessness. And at the end of the proof, the state is going to stand here, I am, and I'm going to ask you to convict the defendant on all 10 counts.
Mr. Sanders, you wish to make an opening statement?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, as you said earlier, nothing that you've heard so far is evidence that you can consider in this case. General Crouch's argument, the opening statement to you was not evidence. Likewise, what I'm about to say to you is not evidence. The proof will show that there was a high-speed police pursuit in this case. It spanned close to 30 miles, lasted several minutes. It began in Carroll County, it went through Benton County, and it culminated here in Humphreys County with the automobile accident that you heard that tragically took the lives of 2 innocent people. Those are not matters of dispute. What you're going to have to, the evidence you're going to have to listen to is what was the proximate cause of that accident. Was it the chase itself? Was it the high rates of speed that were being driven by the officers and the defendant in this case? Or was he truly impaired by an intoxicant? The questions you're going to have to decide are, is a person of that level, to that level of intoxication, able to drive that far without incident? Only to have spike strips deployed approximately 2 miles before this accident occurred. So if the crash, if it covered 29 miles, 27 of those miles were before the spike strips were deployed, and the accident occurred 2 miles afterwards. If at the end of the proof, you're not satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that it was the intoxicant that created the proximate cause that created this accident and these deaths, you have to return a verdict of not guilty. And you still have to decide whether or not his conduct was reckless in creating those deaths. And that's a separate count that you consider. But I would ask that you reserve all judgment until you've heard all the proof in this case. Set aside everything in your minds. The jury, the American jury, is the cornerstone of our legal system in America. One of the highest civic responsibilities that we have. And I trust that you all are going to do it.
All right. We are ready for the state to begin its proof. The state may call your first witness.
The state calls Brandon Franklin.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall now give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Good afternoon. Will you state your full name for the court, please?
Brandon Wayne Franklin.
And Mr. Franklin, thank you for being here today. What were the names of your parents?
Patricia and Larry Franklin.
And were they residents of Humphreys County?
Yes, sir.
How long have they lived in Humphreys County?
Their whole life.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Franklin, can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir. It's my mom and dad.
And is the photograph that you're holding the same photograph that we see on the TV screen?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I'd ask this to be moved to State's Exhibit number 1.
Mark it as the state's exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Have any
Your Honor, I have
questions?
no questions for this witness.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down and have a seat in the courtroom if you like. State may call your second witness.
Your state's next witness will be Mr. Guy Roberts. He's out in the hall. Would you state your name for the court, please?
Guy S. Roberts.
Guy Roberts.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Roberts, where are you from?
Huntingdon, Tennessee.
And where is that? What county is that in?
Carroll County.
Carroll County?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how long have you lived in Carroll County?
About 45 years.
Okay. So, Mr. Roberts, do you know Tory McConahie?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Mr. McConahie?
Well, he had rented my truck before, and I thought he was a nice young man.
Okay. How old are you, Mr. Roberts?
I'm 58.
Okay. I wouldn't ask you that if you were a female, but men, we can kind of ask, we can ask that. So you
Proud I made it this far.
understand. Is Mr. McConaughey the same age, or is he younger than you?
He's younger.
Okay. How long had you known Mr. McConaughey?
Probably about a month at the time he didn't bring my truck back.
Okay. But tell the jury how Mr. McConaughey came to be in possession of your truck.
Well, he was moving from Hollow Rock to Humboldt, and he asked if he could rent my truck. And I was going through a divorce, and I was pretty broke, so I said, all right, $75 a day. And so he had rented it once and brought it back, and he rented it the second time, and he brought it back. But then the second time when he brought it back, just like 30 minutes later, he said, you mind if I run to the store real quick? And I thought, well, yeah, I guess so. You know, he just paid me, so why not? And he never brought it back.
Okay, so you jumped ahead, but so he rented. That's okay. He rented your truck on 2 different occasions,
Yes, sir.
and the first time was for what?
to move. He was moving from Hollow Rock to Humboldt.
Okay, so he was moving. And when did he rent it the second time?
It was probably a week later for the same reason, to finish up moving.
Okay. And do you happen to remember the date that happened?
No, sir.
Okay. So this second time that you told the jury about, you had let him rent your truck. When did you tell him, what was the agreement?
It was $75
For how long?
for a day.
Just for a single day?
Yes, sir.
So what happened the second time you rented him the truck for $75?
Yes, sir.
Did he bring it back?
Brought it back and it was clean and had gas in it. And
Okay.
he paid me. He said,
Okay.
"Do you mind if I run to the store real fast?" I said, "Sure, why not?" You know,
Okay.
he's a nice young man,
Okay.
clean cut.
So you let him run to the store. Then what happened?
He never brought it back. And I waited about an hour and I started calling him and texting him. I said, "You need to bring my truck back." I said, "I got a doctor's appointment in the morning."
Okay.
And he never did.
So did you see your truck that evening?
No, not after that. Not after that day.
Okay.
Not after, when he brought it back.
Did you see it the next day?
No.
So you rented it to him one day, he brought it back clean with gas in it.
So
You let him take it to the store, never saw him again.
yes, sir.
The next day, did you see him the next day?
No, sir.
Did you see him the day after that?
No, sir.
So your testimony is he had that truck several days.
Yes, sir.
Well, strike that. Was the truck reported stolen?
When I had some people, I had a spare set of keys because I knew, I said, it doesn't look like he's bringing it back. He won't answer my texts. He won't answer my phone calls. And I knew he wasn't bringing it back. So I asked my wife if I could borrow her car to go look for it. She let me use it for a couple hours to go look for it and stuff. But there's a guy that's coming over that knew him, Tory, better than I knew Tory. He says, "I might know where he's at." And so I went and picked him up. And that day, my wallet was stolen. And that took precedence, because that was my liquor bill money, took precedence over the truck at the time.
Okay.
So that's kind of stopped looking. I didn't have a choice but to stop looking for the truck.
So again, so you used your wife's car. I assume you took it back to her.
Yes, sir.
Again, did you report? Was the truck reported stolen?
That's when I told my wife what had happened and stuff.
Okay. So
And
what happened?
the day that I had the car and my wallet got stolen, I found a police officer that was fueling up their trucks at the gas depot for the county. And that's when I told him the whole story.
Okay. So y'all reported the truck stolen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who did you report that? What agency did you report that to?
Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
The Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just so we're all clear on the same page, where is Carroll County compared to where we are here in Humphreys County?
Just on the other side of Benton County,
Just over the river.
going west.
Okay. So you didn't see your truck for a couple of days. Do you recall February the 10th of 2021?
I think that's the day that the accident happened.
Okay. So in the meantime, how were you getting around?
I didn't get around.
Okay. At some point.
The 8th or the 9th, I rented a car.
Okay. So what kind of car did you rent?
It was I think it was a Tucson.
A Nissan?
Yeah, no, it was a Santa Fe, a Tucson, I think, or whatever. I'm not sure what it was.
Okay. You remember what color it was?
I think it was white.
Okay. So you rented a car.
So
When was the next time you saw Mr. McConaughey?
it was the next morning.
Would that have
Well,
been
the next afternoon.
would that have been on the 10th?
I'd been on the 10th.
Okay. So where did you see Mr. McConaughey at?
Well, I didn't know where else to look for him, so I parked out there on Highway 70, right in front of a store, and bruised him.
Okay.
And I said, well, that's all I can do is just sit here and wait. And then that's when I seen him drive by.
You saw who?
My truck. I saw my truck drive by. I didn't know for sure who was driving it.
Okay. So what did you do?
I followed him. I pulled out and started following him.
All right. So tell the jury what happened.
Well, I started following him, and then he went back into the subdivisions, like in where all the houses were at in Brewston, and started going through all them roads. So,
Sorry.
because he recognized that somebody was following him. I'm assuming he thought it was me. And I followed him around and until he left Brewston, and he went towards Camden and took that first right after the Big Sandy River. It went on gravel roads.
And what, do you know the name of that road?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if it's Cotton Creek Road?
I think that's what's on the police report.
Okay, you don't know for sure.
No, I don't. I'm
That's
not
okay.
familiar with that area.
That's okay. So did you follow him down this gravel road?
Following him down the gravel road.
Okay. What happened next?
Well, I just kept following distance, and then we topped the curvy part of the road and stuff, and I was just trying to keep up with him. And he topped the road, that hill, and I guess he slammed on his brakes, and I topped the hill, and I ran into the back of him. It wasn't a bad hit. It just bumped him.
So you topped the hill and ran into the back of your truck?
And back in my truck, yes, sir.
Okay. So what happened after that?
Then he took off, and I said, no, I'm going to try to follow him, but he's not going to be able to do that again because I'm going to slam on my brakes. He's not, I'm going to keep my distance a little bit further.
So let me ask you a question. When you topped this hill and he slammed on his brakes and you hit him in your truck, did you get out?
No.
Did you get out and confront Mr. McConaughey?
No, sir.
Okay. So he takes off
Takes off,
and you follow him.
and I follow him.
Okay. So tell the jury what happened after that.
Well, I was ready for him to slam on his brakes again in front of me. So I kept a little bit further distance. So I seen where he slammed on his brakes. So I stopped on my brakes, and I just put it in reverse, and he rammed into the back of me and to the front of the car. Airbag went off, and I was like, and then he took off, and the guy in the passenger seat just kind of threw his hand out the window like he's flipping me off.
So did I understand you to just say he stopped and backed up and hit your car?
Yes, sir.
Or
That's the
your
second
rental
time.
car?
The rental car, yes, sir.
All right.
And it put me out of commission. I couldn't chase him anymore.
Let me ask you a question, or may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, absolutely.
Take a look at this, Mr. Roberts. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
Is that the same photo as the photo on the TV there?
Yes, sir.
And what vehicle is that?
That's the rental car.
That's the rental car? Which rental car?
The Tucson or
Well, the one you were in.
the one I was in, yes, sir.
That's your rental car.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would move that as exhibit number 2.
Exhibit 2.
So, Mr. Roberts, you state that you were out of commission.
Yes, yes, sir.
Did you say your airbags were deployed?
Airbag went out and kind of put me in a daze. It was a hard hit.
Was an ambulance called?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were checked out by EMS?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so did you get out of the car at that time and approach Mr. McConaughey after he backed into you?
No, he took off.
Okay, so you, just be sure, you did not get out and approach Tory McConaughey.
No, sir.
Did you have a gun with you that day?
No, sir.
Did you get out with a gun that day?
No, sir.
Did you ever approach him with a gun?
No, sir.
Did you ever threaten him with a gun?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there any doubt in your mind that the vehicle you were following was your vehicle?
No doubt.
Do you have any doubt in your mind who was driving that vehicle?
Well, no, I know who it was in my mind.
But did you see who was driving it?
No, sir.
You didn't. Who did you leave the vehicle with?
Look, it was Tory.
Tory McConaughey.
Yes, sir.
All right. Was the car drivable that we saw in the photo?
No, sir. I walked to that house that you see in that picture and asked if I could use their phone. I said, I'll call 911. And so they called 911, and I went out there and just laid in their front yard by the car. I laid on the grass.
Till the ambulance came.
For the ambulance.
I have one moment here on.
You may.
So, Mr. Roberts, did that day, talking about the day of the accident, were you in touch with law enforcement that day?
Yes, sir. I was on the phone with them when we was in Bruce until my phone went dead.
Okay, so you were in touch with the police while you were in your car?
While I was in the rental car following him,
And what did you tell them?
I was telling them each road I went down.
Okay, and what did you tell them you were doing?
Said I was following him. This is where he's at.
Okay, did you tell them it was Mr. McConaughey?
Probably so.
You don't recall if you did or not?
I don't remember. I don't want to say anything
That's fine. But you were on the phone reporting where your truck that had not been
Judge,
returned.
objection to the.
Yes, sir.
Sustained, don't leave the witness.
That's all, Your Honor.
Mr. Sanders, you may cross-examine.
Mr. Roberts, you said that you met Mr. McConaughey about a month before what you've talked about here today.
Yes, I believe that's about a month before.
And in that month, he had borrowed or rented your truck, as you said, from you on 2 separate occasions.
Yes, sir.
How long on each occasion did he rent your truck?
So one day.
One day. And you all had an agreement that he would pay you $75 to use your truck and then bring it back to you.
Yes, sir.
And on the first 2 occasions, everything happened like it was supposed to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It was brought back to you in the same or better condition than when he picked it up.
Yeah, he took care of it.
Okay. And on this day, you rented a car, correct? You said you had rented a car
On the
because you
ninth.
didn't have anything to drive.
Right, on the 9th. Yes, sir.
And you rented the car that we saw the picture of there on the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. McConaughey would have no idea what car you would have been driving on this day, correct?
That's correct.
Because you had rented it.
Right.
And so it's your testimony here today that you noticed you saw your truck going down the road, correct?
Sir.
But you don't know who was driving that truck.
Well, I mean, I don't want to lie or anything because I didn't actually see him.
Sure. You recognized your truck, but you didn't see the face of the driver.
Right. I just knew there was 2 people in there.
You saw 2 heads from the back,
Yes, sir.
and you fell in and started tailing
Following him.
what you thought was your truck,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir. I knew my tag. I knew it was my truck when I got down. I knew it was my truck.
How fast were you driving during this time?
When I pulled out on Highway 70, we was doing the speed limit. When he realized that somebody was behind him, that's when he took a left back on the backwood streets.
Because there was a car that he didn't recognize behind him.
Well, John, I'm object, you can't tell why Mr. McConaughey may or may not have gone past.
Sustained, I think that would be assuming that he would be trying to speculate what the defendant may or the person driving may or may not have thought.
I would draw that question. Once you got into the neighborhood, how fast were the 2 of you, or how fast were you driving?
I was just following him. So however fast he was going, I was following him.
Okay, well, how fast were you having to go to keep up with him?
Probably 45 mile an hour
Okay,
through the city part of Bruce.
okay. And you said at some point in time, you noticed that your truck crested a hill?
Yes, that was on Cotton Creek Road. That's
Okay.
after he left city limits and he went on back roads.
How fast were you driving on Cotton Creek Road?
Over that 50 mile an hour. It's probably too fast for a gravel road.
And you topped a hill, correct? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your truck had stopped.
Yes, sir.
As you crested the hill, in front of you is a stopped truck, correct?
Right.
And you're driving approximately 50 miles an hour,
Yes, sir.
and you're unable to stop,
I slammed on the brakes, but it wasn't a hard hit.
and you ran into the back of your truck.
Yes, sir.
And so it's your testimony here today that you first rear-ended your own truck going approximately 50 miles an hour, but you were able, and that vehicle was able to keep going?
I slammed on the brakes. I wasn't going 50 mile an hour when I hit him. We was going 50 mile an hour on the gravel road.
Well, did the first collision result in the airbags deploying?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that there was only one collision that day?
No, sir, there was two.
And that collision was the one that you've testified to, that you crested the hill driving 50, slammed on your brakes, and rear-ended your truck. Isn't that correct?
No, there's two accidents. There's two impacts.
The second one somehow caused the airbags to deploy, but the first one didn't. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Did you and the driver of the truck ever make eye contact?
No, sir.
The two of you never looked at each other.
No, sir.
Have you ever been followed by a car that you don't recognize?
No, sir.
Have you ever been followed and rear-ended by a car that you don't recognize?
No, sir.
How do you think that you would feel if you were followed by a car that you didn't recognize and then rear-ended by that same car?
I would be upset, I'm sure.
Would you be scared?
Yeah.
Would you wonder why this car is following me and why are they
If I was in a stolen vehicle, I wouldn't be scared. I wouldn't care if he was following me.
running into me? And
And if I was in a stolen vehicle, I'd figure it out. I'd figure that's why they're following me.
the car that you don't recognize because it's a rental car, correct?
So,
I can have a moment, Your Honor.
No.
That's all, Your Honor.
Redirect.
That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down. You are released from your subpoena. You may stay or go.
thank you.
State may call your next witness.
1 second. Good afternoon, Mr. Rice. How are you? Good. If you could speak up, Mr. Rice, this young lady, she's taking down everything you're saying, so.
The microphone is one like you see on TV. You got to just speak right directly into it almost.
The closer you get, the louder it gets, Mr. Rice. Would you state your full name, please?
William Paul Rice.
And Mr. Rice, do you live here in Humphreys County?
Yes,
How long you been here?
entire life,
All your-
65 years.
All your life? Okay. So I'm just going to get straight to the point, Mr. Rice. Do you remember the day of February the 10th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
What were you doing?
I had been down to the Farm Bureau office that afternoon to finish up my taxes. So I was on Holly Lane. And as I was going west on Holly Lane to come back to the house, I noticed some officers going down 70 west with their lights on. So I really didn't think much of it.
They were going west.
They were headed west.
Okay. Now, just to give the jury some reference, you had a business here in Humphreys County at one point, is that correct?
For 40 years.
And that was right on the corner where?
Up the Truby Street and the 70 bypass.
Okay. And so you were coming from Holly Lane down by Walmart.
Uh-huh.
So where, after you got off Holly Lane, where'd you go?
I headed back east towards the store and just a normal drive.
Okay.
And when I arrived at the intersection of Clyden Road, there was a red light. There was,
So you were on Highway 70 headed east and
East.
Clyden Road
yes,
at that red light.
yes.
All right.
There was two vehicles in the left center lane. There was two vehicles in front of me. I was in the right center lane. The turning lane onto South Clyde was vacant.
Okay.
And as I just happened to look back in my rearview mirror, I
Now,
noticed
you're looking in your rear, are you stopped while you're looking in your?
I am stopped.
Okay, you're
Yeah,
completely
we're at a
stopped.
complete stop at the signal light.
What color is the light?
It's red.
It's red, okay, all right.
And I looked in the rearview mirror. I saw some blue lights. They were at a very far distance, probably still at like Walmart. They were very vague, and they were headed east now.
Okay.
And when I looked back up, all of a sudden, this pickup was just barreling up the road towards me. And I thought, man, that truck is flying. And as it got closer, I thought it was going to rear end me. And it very quickly went to the right into that turning lane. But at the same time, I saw this red vehicle coming from North Clyde. They had the green light.
Okay.
And it was almost like it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. I just knew it was going to happen. And it did. And when he went by me, it was such a force. I was in my Toyota Tundra, and it absolutely just shook my truck. I've never felt anything like that before. And he just went and T-boned into that red, it was a van or a SUV. I think it might have been a minivan.
A red vehicle?
Yeah, it was a red vehicle. And the impact, I called it an explosion. It was so horrific. I mean, there was debris that went up 25 or 30 feet in the air. And it knocked that vehicle, I would guess, about 100 feet eastward. And it just came to rest in the left eastbound lane. And just like somebody had parked it there. And at this time, the pickup truck veered off southeast and it hit a tree and rolled over, and it popped back up on all four wheels, and that vehicle was facing west, and it came to a rest. And about that time, the officers were beginning to get there. It was the sheriff's department, and I know one of them went to the vehicle that got hurt. Another one or two of them went to the pickup truck, and I witnessed them take the suspect out of the passenger side of that truck. And by then, the traffic just started flowing. People moved on.
So did you, at the time of the wreck happened, did you know anybody involved in the wreck?
No, I did not.
You didn't know who it was?
I had no idea what anything was going on.
Did you just stay there, or what did you do?
No, I went to the store. I either went to the store or I went to the house, and I texted the sheriff and told him that I had witnessed that, and I think that's Chris told me that he'd have somebody get a hold of me.
So Sheriff Davis told you
yes.
somebody get in touch with you, and you ended up getting interviewed and given a
I
statement?
think Chris Taylor, he was an officer then, and Chris came by the store, and I told him I'd give him a statement.
Okay. Did you happen to know the person that was driving the pickup truck that shook your vehicle?
No.
You didn't know? Did you have a chance to get a look at them as they went by? Who was driving?
No. That was too fast.
Okay. All right. 1 second, Your Honor. That's all, Your Honor.
Bill Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rice.
Okay.
My name is Kyle Sanders, and I represent Mr. McConaughey, the defendant in this case. Make sure I understood what you've already testified to here today. You were doing some sort of personal business down near the Walmart.
Yeah, my accountant
in Waverly? Okay.
is on Holly Lane across from Walmart.
And you said that at some point you watched patrolmen go by going opposite of the way that you ultimately
When I
went.
was leaving her office, there was 2 patrolmen going under the red light at Walmart and
Where?
going westbound.
Yes, sir. Were their lights activated?
Yes,
Were they driving fast?
I wouldn't say really fast. I would maybe 60, something like that. I can't estimate it, but it wasn't, it was like a normal pursuit run. I wouldn't say they were blowing down through there really fast. No.
And then you pulled out and started to go east,
Yes, sir.
headed toward Clydington Road.
Yes, sir.
And at what point or where were you sitting when you said you first were able to notice in your rearview mirror blue lights?
I was sitting at the red light at Clyden Road.
And could you tell whether or not they were approaching where you were or going the opposite direction of where you were?
They were coming towards me. They were far enough away that you couldn't tell for just a second or two that they were moving. But I noticed they were coming east towards me.
And I presume that from that distance, you couldn't tell if they were driving fast or not.
It took them just a little bit to get there after this incident had happened. They were, I would say, 3/4 of a mile or better, maybe a mile. And then, I mean, you notice kind of, I guess it's by nature, you notice the blue lights when they're back there and you're just happen to be looking in the rearview mirror. I mean, and then all of a sudden, this pickup was appearing really fast. And so
you witnessed a terrible collision at the intersection there at Clydington Highway 70, correct?
correct.
And then how quickly after that collision did law enforcement arrive onto the scene?
A minute, maybe 45 seconds to a minute.
So I assume there's still
That's
smoke
all
and
of-
things from the
Yeah, all of
automobile
this.
crash?
And it seemed like I know the pickup had came to a rest for at least, I would say, 30 seconds before the officers got even up there near me.
Did
They were not on his tail. They were not that close on him, by no means.
And did they arrive on the scene? Did they rush to the scene when you first saw them?
After they came by me at the light, they rushed over there to his vehicle.
Yes, sir.
They parked on the curb there and rushed to his vehicle.
And at that point, you said traffic started moving, and did you moved with the
I would
traffic?
say within another minute, the traffic resumed and went on through there,
Yes, sir.
through the light. They did not stop traffic.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Hornick.
No, sir, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down. You may have a seat in the courtroom, or you may leave if you'd like. Thank you.
Will you state your full name for the court, please?
Christopher Michael Taylor,
Will you spell it, please?
CHRISTOPHER,
And spell your last name.
TAYLOR.
She writes that.
Gotcha.
Thank you. So I'm going to call you Mr. Taylor.
That's fine.
Are you currently in law enforcement?
I am not.
But you spent a career in law enforcement. Is that right?
Almost 11 years.
And where were you employed?
City of Waverly,
And how long did you work for the City of Waverly Police Department?
almost 11 years.
And were you working in February of 2021?
I was.
What shift were you working?
Day shift.
And what was your rank at the time?
Patrol sergeant.
Patrol sergeant. What can you tell the jury? What are the duties of a patrol sergeant?
I administered to make sure policy was correct, and officers, trained officers, guided them. I mean, of course, criminal law, help people.
Did you also work as a patrol officer?
I was a patrol officer, so I responded to calls, answered calls, took reports, work crashes.
Work crashes. In your 11 years, at the City of Waverly Police Department, how many crashes have you worked?
I don't have a specific number, but I'm just guessing over 200
Over 200.
crash reports.
Thank you. So let's go back to February the 10th of 2021. You were working that day?
Yes.
And which shift were you working?
I can't remember if I was 6A to 4P or 8A to 6P, one of the other. Day shift.
Day shift.
Yeah.
And did you respond to a incident that day that began on Highway 7?
Yes.
Without,
Two.
Two instances. And I don't want you to repeat anything that anybody else told you, but were you dispatched to go somewhere?
I wasn't on the first incident. I was not specifically dispatched to go somewhere.
Well, tell the jury how you became involved.
So this county has a central 911, so we're all on the same radios in law enforcement. So we can hear what New Johnsonville's saying, we can hear what McEwen's saying, we can hear what the sheriff's office is saying. So we all be on the same page on things. Like if we needed help, they knew. Or if they needed help, we knew. On this day, dispatch had put a call out to New Johnsonville saying that there was a pursuit from Carroll County Sheriff's Office involving a stolen silver truck that was coming across the Camden Bottoms, which would come into Humphreys County and New Johnsonville. I was listening to it, and my partner at the time, I think we just got done with lunch, and it kept getting heated because we heard the captain or the chief of New Johnsonville at the time, which was Bronson Morgan, get on the radio and say, they just passed our city hall at a high rate of speed. And then I heard next thing I heard was the captain at the time was Ryan Lawson. He keyed up and said that, when I say key up, I mean he mic'd up on his radio, and said that they're leaving the east side of New Johnsonville city limits at a high rate of speed, and he was going to try to catch up to them. So we carry spike strips in our patrol car. Every patrol car in the city of Waverly has spike strips, and they're there to prevent crashes. They're there to prevent pursuits. They're there to keep the city safe, as in from this happening. And so I knew that, and so we didn't answer on the radio. I don't remember answering anything on the radio. We just went to the west side of the city limits. As we're on our way to the west side, this is no lights or sirens or anything. We're just driving. I think I was right around Cash Saver on Clyden when one of the sheriff's deputies, I don't remember which one it was, had got into the pursuit with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. Keyed up and said that they were approaching the high school. No, they were passing Scepter Road. At this point, I'm right around the Clyden 70 intersection. So my partner and I at the time, he was behind me, I believe. We went ahead and went lights and sirens to the west side of the city limits to try to get there before the pursuit come into our city. By the time we get there, we may have been around a Walmart. Keyed up and said that they were approaching the high school. So I knew that we didn't have time to make it like to where like Pack is, or down to like drop-in apartments like in that area. So we ended up going across the median by Twin Lakes, which is like kind of where the radio station is. And we crossed over into the far shoulder with our lights on, and both of us got out with spike strips. And we keep going, or?
Yeah, please.
So we both get out with spike strips. At this time, they're keying up, passing the high school. I could see blue lights in the distance, but I couldn't tell who it was, but I could see the silver truck, and they told me which lane it was going to be in. So I laid, instead of throwing my spike strips out, I laid them across what I call the fast lane, which is the passing lane in a 4-lane highway. I laid them out, and then I think Jordan had his out on the slow lane. Well, when the truck got coming to us, me and Jordan were like, our cars were front to back on the shoulder of the highway, off the shoulder. And as the truck got to us, it come at us. It was in the fast lane. It just come over at us. To the point Jordan almost went into the pond running. Well, when I ran away, I just drug my strips with me. And then we heard where it passed our 2 cars. And then it continued on.
Let me stop you right there. You've kind of given the setup of what direction of travel these vehicles were going in.
Yeah.
And I think there was a gap between the defendant's truck and the blue lights that were following.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, when they told us on the radio that they were passing the high school or fixing to pass the school, I could see the truck and the silver truck coming at us. But actually, when I say blue lights, I could see them, but I couldn't see them because it was just like the fog of it, like the distance, I guess. It would make more sense.
Now let's talk about what you just described as Officer Coble running back towards the pond.
Yeah.
And you running back.
Yeah.
Why did you run back?
I thought he was going to hit me.
Were you scared?
Oh, yeah.
Did it appear as if he were going to hit you?
He swerved right at us.
Did you see him swerve at you?
I didn't see him swerve the steering wheel, but I seen the truck coming at me.
Now, Mr. Taylor, Sergeant Taylor, the Waverly Police Department, you wear body cameras?
We do have body cams.
And what about cameras in your patrol cars?
Patrol car cameras as well.
Was your camera working that day?
Yes, sir. Both.
Both body cam and car camera?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Coble, do you know if his cameras were
Yes,
working?
sir.
Now, we're going to go forward in a minute because you ended up being the person to work this crash. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to kind of skip ahead to that. But we're going to come back to your body cameras in a minute, okay? All right. The defendant or a truck at this point has gone by you. You run away because you thought you were going to get hit. What do you do next?
So there was, we ended up keying up because I knew that it hit my spike because my strips, I felt them pull out. And so I think I keyed up and said it was a good hit, which meant the tires were punctured, or at least one tire was, or a tire. So we get back in our cars and we're on that so far, the west side of the city limits. We didn't engage in the pursuit. We just got in our cars, went back in service, turned back around to head eastbound. I drove, we both drove. I'm pretty sure Jordan was still behind me. At least I know I drove through the West Main intersection, which was a green light. And I get to the Walmart intersection, it was red, and so I stopped at the red light. And the pursuit, I mean, I can't even see them anymore. They're gone. And then I sat there, maybe the light didn't have a full cycle, so it didn't cycle back to green, but one of the deputies keyed up and said there was I believe he used the 10 code, which is 1046, and it was crashing injuries at Clyde and 70, which that's in the city, and that's what we work our own crashes. We've never had highway patrol or sheriff's officer that work our crashes. We work our own. And so when that happened, which I didn't know if the pursuit, I didn't know if it was the same vehicles, if they were involved or separate. So I activated my lights and sirens and responded to the crash.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the spike strips. You and Officer Coble both deployed spike strips. But will you describe what exactly is a spike strip?
So it's like a straw. It's like a hard plastic straw. These little things are 4 by 4 inches, maybe, tubes, and they trifold out like a kid's toy. And inside that cloth is what I'll call it. It's almost like tent material. There's like little bitty straws, and it's triangle shaped, this little thing. And it's like styrofoam. So when the tire runs it over, the styrofoam flattens and the little straws stick in the tire. So it's not like a movie. It's not like where it hits it and blows the tire and you have no control of your vehicle. It lets the air out in a manageable sense, so the vehicle's just, it can only go so far, and the tires are flat. It'd be like kind of flat on the side of the road. You hear the doot, 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 and you have to pull over. It does the same thing.
So did the spike strips destroy the tire?
I don't know.
What are they designed to do?
They're designed to just deflate it.
Over what area?
So I think I've spiked 2 cars in my career successfully, and the first one, like, it maybe made it 100 yards, and the tire, like 3 of the tires are flat.
Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning because I don't think this witness is qualified as an expert to testify as to How long will it take a tire to deflate after it's been spiked?
I was gonna say, I
Well,
don't know.
Judge,
If there's an objection, officer, if you just sit quiet.
my response is I haven't attempted to qualify him as an expert. I'm just asking him to describe his experience with spike strips.
Overruling the objection, ladies and gentlemen, this is not being offered as expert testimony, but rather the officer's experience with his own having deployed these strips in the past.
So let's talk specifically about, I want everybody to know exactly what a spike strip is. You said a straw.
It's like a hard straw.
Is it hollow?
It's hollow in the center, yeah. It's,
So if I get one of these spike strips in my tire, is it hollow? The tube is sticking in my tire?
yeah.
So there's air going in and out of it?
I mean, not if your tire's got air in it, it's gonna just push all the air out of it.
Okay, well, and that's what I'm,
Yeah,
so it's designed to drain the air out.
correct.
So the more spikes, the more air.
The faster the air, yeah.
Do you know how many spikes were deployed into the defendant's truck?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Now let's move forward to you arriving at Clyden Road. What did you first observe?
So when I got there, it was, I seen like all the sheriff's department was all right of me at the silver truck that had swerved at us. So then that's when I knew that it was the suspect's vehicle. Well, they're all dealing with that. And then I look up and be east of me in the fast lane. I'll see a maroon or red, as y'all described, maroon Tahoe facing eastbound like it was parked with the flashers on. So I could see the side of it was damaged. So I knew they were involved. There was a lot of chaos because there was a lot of traffic, and everybody was trying not to get people ran over, and there was debris everywhere. So Jordan and I, since that was their deal with the suspect, all we dealt with was crash parts. So we go to check on the people in the Tahoe, and we get up there and they're deceased.
You immediately went to the red Tahoe? And how do you know they were deceased?
They were.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes when people testify about traumatic events, emotions overcome them. I would caution you not to let this witness's emotions affect you in your judgment. We have to be dispassionate when we decide these cases. So.
Dodge this with the family right there.
Yes. Ready to go forward?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So, backing up just a little bit, Mr. Taylor, Sergeant Taylor, you checked to see Franklins were alive
Yes, sir.
and they were deceased.
Yes, sir.
So, you took some photographs at the scene, is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to approach you with some photographs, and I'm going to ask you to first look at the photo and then look and see if it's the same photograph that's displayed on the table. All right? Please identify this photograph.
So that's the photograph of the crash where the suspect's vehicle ended up after the point of impact.
Okay. And is the photograph that you see on the TV screen the same photograph that you're holding?
Yes, sir.
And describe what you observe here.
I mean,
Like what are the black marks in the road?
so those are the tire marks. The mark there you see at the bottom of the screen is actually the indentation in the asphalt of the impact.
And when you say the mark in the bottom of the
The
screen,
white looking marks.
here,
Yes, yeah, below that, yeah. The oil and everything's above it, the darker
okay.
fuels.
And what Describe the lines that we see going towards the silver pickup.
That's black tire marks. That's just I mean, I don't know if he had the tires were flat or what. Oh, that's where he went sideways. He was going sideways there.
Okay.
So that's actually just the front and rear tires.
Move this photograph as the next exhibit.
Number 3.
And please identify this photograph.
So it's the same image, just a different angle of it. That's what they're still trying to take him into. It looks like they're maybe searching in the photo.
In this photograph, is that the photograph we see on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And is this the silver pickup that was being driven by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And can you identify the defendant today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there.
Now, you see him today and you saw him on February 2021. Does he look a little different?
Yeah.
Okay. But it's the same person?
Yes, sir.
No doubt in your mind.
100%.
And he was the one that was driving this silver pickup truck.
Yes, sir.
Were there any other passengers in the silver pickup truck?
No, sir, not that I saw.
Just the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Move that photograph as the next exhibit.
Exhibit 4.
Yes, sir.
And please identify this photograph.
So it's the same photo of the same crash, just a different angle of the debris field and the tree.
All right, now Sergeant Taylor, I know it kind of looks like the same photo, but I want to talk about some details in this photograph. Looking at the screen, your photo, what do we have here on the curb?
So that's where he crossed the curb with the vehicle, and the chunks you see out missing out of the concrete is caused from the wheels of the vehicle crossing.
So did his front tire and vehicle hit that curb where that chunk of concrete is going?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell from this if his part of his vehicle went airborne?
Yes, it did it just rolled. It just kind of like rolled over and then back up is what the crash ended up finding out.
As
The
we've already
investigation.
heard, one witness testify to that. And the markings in the grass, are those from the truck?
Yes, sir.
And it appears as if there's a tree.
Yes, sir.
And what happened with that tree?
So that tree was standing. It got laid over. It's probably like wasn't no massive tree, but it's 2 foot round probably.
I'll move that photograph as the next exhibit.
5.
Yes, sir.
And please identify this photograph.
So this is looking back west at the intersection. You got it up there, yeah. So about where the back of that middle police car that's sitting in the intersection, it's got 2 little alley lights off the top of the windshield. That's about right behind it was the point of impact.
Okay. So just kind of setting up and describing the intersection. Is this the intersection of Flyden Road and Highway 70?
Yes, sir.
And I think you've already testified this photograph is taken looking back towards the west.
That's correct.
And is this the tree you had described?
It is.
It was knocked over.
Yes, sir.
So again, describe what direction the defendant's vehicle was traveling.
He was going eastbound on Highway 70.
I'll move that as the next exhibit, please.
Number 6.
And please identify this photograph.
So this is a photograph of the actual point of impact, which I say that's where the 2 vehicles made contact with one another. It's in the middle of the intersection.
And is that the same photograph we see on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you say point of impact, I mean, I think that seems pretty obvious, but describe.
Where the vehicles made connection.
And after connection was made, do we see a track skewing off towards the bottom of the photograph there?
Yes, sir.
Is that from the defendant's vehicle?
That's from the silver truck. Yeah, the defendant's vehicle.
Move that photograph as the next exhibit.
7.
Number 7. Yes, sir.
Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph from the utility pole to the point of where his vehicle came to a point of rest.
Okay. And can you identify the person with no shirt on?
That's Tory.
The defendant?
Yes, sir.
And I asked, did he walk away from this wreck?
No, what do you mean walk?
I mean, was he injured?
I think he had claimed at the time he had a shoulder injury.
He was able to stand and walk
Oh,
around.
yeah, yeah,
When
he
I
was
say
standing.
walk away, I know he was taken into custody because he was physically standing.
Yeah, he was physically standing and could stand on his own 2 feet.
Move that photograph as the next exhibit.
Number 8.
Can you identify this photograph?
Yeah, so that's a picture of the defendant's vehicle again, or the vehicle he was driving, and then some debris that was in the grass from the vehicle.
Pieces of his vehicle.
Pieces of his and the Tahoe.
And you heard the testimony earlier. The description of this impact was like an explosion.
Yes, sir.
Did it appear like an explosion that occurred to you
Yes.
because of the debris field?
Yes, sir.
Move that photograph as the next exhibit.
Number 9.
Can you identify this photograph?
Again, that's a vehicle or a picture of the vehicle the defendant was driving. Just shows the front end damage on it from the impact. And there's also a street sign posted up underneath it and a tree.
Now, in this photograph, can we see the front passenger side tire?
Yes, sir.
Is it still inflated
I can't tell. Yeah, it looks like it is.
from the big screen?
Yeah.
Still got air in it?
Yeah.
Which tire would have picked up the spike that you deployed?
This is a driver's side front tire.
Move that as the next exhibit, please.
Number 10.
Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir. So that's a picture of the suspect's vehicle, or the vehicle and what was inside of it from just plain view.
And what's your purpose of taking photographs of the inside of the vehicle?
I always did anyways, because it's always good to me for a report because you have every detail. But
In this case, did you obtain some evidence
on
from the
this,
inside?
yes, on this case is because as soon as I opened the door, there was hypodermic needles and beer bottles in the floorboards and seat.
Okay, finished truck.
Yes, sir.
And we'll come back to that in a minute. I'll move this photograph as the next exhibit.
Number 11.
Can you identify this photograph?
That's the rear end of the truck that he was driving.
Move that as exhibit 12, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, Sergeant, we are kind of, as you can tell, going around the truck with these photographs, and I hate to be too detailed here, but can you identify this photograph? Yeah.
It's the again the rear end of the truck, displaying the license plate.
Now, you took the photograph of the license plate. Were you able to confirm who the owner of the truck was?
Yes, I was. It was the guy that was up earlier. I can't remember.
Mr. Guy Roberts.
Guy Roberts, that's correct.
Move that as the next exhibit, please.
Number 13.
Can you identify this photograph?
So this is the picture of the vehicle just from the driver's side point of view of the damage.
Move that as the next photograph.
14.
Please identify this photograph.
A little more detailed on the driver's front wheel and tire and the front end of the vehicle on the damage.
Move that as exhibit 15, I think.
Yes, sir.
Identify this photograph.
So this is going to be the front end of the Nissan vehicle fighting and the damage.
Move that as exhibit 16.
Yes, sir.
Please identify this.
Again, another photo of the front end of the vehicle. And you can see Mr. McConaughey in the background.
Let's talk about the silver vehicle for just a minute. From your experience in over 200 crashes that you've worked, where did this vehicle receive the most damage?
The front end.
It's kind of obvious.
Yeah.
Is there other damage on the vehicle other than front end?
It had damage 360 degrees around except for the back tailgate.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear his answer.
360 degrees with the damage except for the rear tailgate looked like.
So there was damage all the way around the truck.
Yes, sir.
The most severe appears to be at the front.
That's correct.
I'll move that as the next exhibit.
Number 17.
Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir. That's another picture of the crash. That's looking eastbound on Highway 70.
So, Sergeant, in this photograph, can we see the back end of the silver truck on the right side of the photo?
Yes, sir.
And can we also see the vehicle that was owned by the Franklins on the left side of the photograph?
That's correct.
And that is a Chevy Tahoe,
Yes, sir.
maroon or red in color.
Yes, sir.
Now, again, describe the direction of travel that the Franklins were going and in reference to where their vehicle ended up.
So the Franklins were going south on Clyde, and they had just left Hunt's Outdoors, which I don't know what it's called now, but first stop, Hunt's. They had just left there, and they were going south across the intersection back towards like Cash Saver.
Now, their vehicle is now on Highway 70.
Yes, sir.
How far from the intersection of Clyde and Highway 70 is their vehicle?
I can tell you what it was from that point of impact. It was 108 feet. That's how far it was moved.
And the point of impact is in the center of the intersection.
That's correct.
So their vehicle was knocked 108 feet
Yes, sir. In the opposite direction.
in the opposite direction. I'll move that as the next photograph, next exhibit.
Number 18.
And please identify this photograph.
So this is a picture of Highway 70 eastbound, just east of the Clyde intersection. This is Mr. and Miss Franklin's vehicle.
And in between, okay. There's a tire or something in the road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Other items, what is this? Is this all from the impact?
This was all debris from the impact. Again, you can see it well in front of the Tahoe. You see a black Explorer police marked vehicle up there. There was debris on both sides of the 4-lane, and I don't know if y'all know what Weems place is, but that's that little street that silver truck was on. There was debris over in those people's front yards. It was like a bomb. I mean, there's debris field everywhere.
Move that as the next photograph.
Number 19.
And Sergeant, can you identify this photograph?
I mean, that right there just tells you what I just said. I mean, that's the debris field of the vehicles and the damage. But that's Mr. and Miss Franklin's Tahoe again, eastbound. At this point, the fire department there because they had to cut the doors off the Tahoe to get them out.
Now, this may seem silly, but why do you take all these photographs?
I mean, so we can paint this picture like this later. I mean, so everybody here can see what happened. It's just facts. It's not, you can't hide a photograph. Take it for evidence. Take it for insurance companies to file, whose fault on things.
I'll move that as the next photograph.
Number 20.
Can you identify this?
So this is a picture. Here I'm standing behind the Tahoe, taking a picture back towards the Nissan Titan. It's an old crash scene. Again, it shows you the debris, the amount of debris.
You're now closer to the Franklin's vehicle, looking back at the defendant's vehicle.
At this point, yeah, I'm maybe 8 to 10 feet behind the Franklin's vehicle.
Move that as the next photograph.
21.
I mean, that just tells you what I just told you. Is I was about 8, 10 feet because you can see the markings on the oil.
And we're looking at another photograph now. Is it the same photograph that's on the screen?
It's that photograph on the screen, yes, sir.
Now, you began to testify about markings of oil, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that trailing from the Franklin's vehicle?
Yes, sir. It's from the Franklin's vehicle.
Move that as the next exhibit.
22.
And please identify this photograph.
So this is the driver's side of Mr. and Miss Franklin's vehicle. Taken from the driver wheel.
Move that as the next exhibit, please.
23.
Can you identify this photograph?
So this is the front end of the Mr. and Miss Franklin's vehicle.
Move that as exhibit 24.
Yes, sir.
And please identify this.
So it's another front end vehicle or front end picture of the Mr. and Miss Franklin Mr. Franklin and Ms. Franklin's vehicle. So we're looking back, in this picture, you're looking back westbound. You can see Hunt's over on the right-hand side of you.
That's Hunt's on the right-hand side.
Yes, sir.
Now, the Franklin's vehicle is now in the eastbound lane of traffic, is that correct?
That's
On
correct.
Highway 7.
That's correct.
I'll move that as the next exhibit.
25.
And please identify this photograph.
So this is the passenger side of Mr. and Ms. Franklin's vehicle and the damage. This is where the impact was from the silver Nissan.
And what's going on in this photograph?
So, right now EMS is there, just confirming what their vitals.
But you had already done that.
Yes, sir.
Move that as the next exhibit, please.
26.
And can you identify this photograph?
So this is the same photo of the Tahoe. This is the actual impact column. You got an A post, B post, and C post. Your A post is always your windshield. Your B post is by your door, where your door latches, and your C is always in the back. But this is the actual impact from the truck.
Move that as the next exhibit.
27.
Please identify this photograph.
So this is Mr. and Miss Franklin. I don't know what you want to say about that one.
Move that as the next exhibit, please.
28.
And I know these photographs are tough to see for everyone. Is that how they appeared when you approached the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Same position?
I didn't move them. That's what it was.
And Sergeant, can you identify this photograph?
So this is another photo of the point of impact, but use the POIs painted on the asphalt just to see it's point of impact.
So we've kind of gone full circle from the point of impact, describing both vehicles, where they came to rest, back to the point of impact. Is that right?
That's correct.
Looking at the photograph, can you see the direction that the Franklin's vehicle was knocked or pushed from this photo?
So yeah, so you can see like in the middle of that police car, which you can kind of see the oil marks. That's where the front end of the Franklin's vehicle had actually done a kind of a 180, and it pushed them back eastbound. That's the best way to explain
And
that.
the other markings are from the defendant's car
The
going.
other markings, yes, are from the defendants. The ones that are going off to the right in the photo are the defendants. The one going off to the left, it just looks like it's under the police car, is Mr. and Ms. Franklin's.
I'll move that photograph as the next exhibit.
29.
Now, Sergeant, based on your photographs that you've already shown, you constructed the diagram of the scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to ask you to, if you don't mind, step towards the diagram and turn me out.
You may. It's going to be on the screen apparently as well.
Okay. So Sergeant Taylor, is the diagram that you're looking at now the same diagram that we have on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And I know that you pointed out it's not to scale, but it's the scene as you found it.
That's
And as have been documented by the photographs.
And witnesses, yes.
So just go through the markup and describe the intersection, where the lights are, the direction of travel, and the impact.
So here is basically, everybody's familiar with this intersection, right? So this is west with Walmart. This is east towards McEwen. This is north, like towards Hunt's, or towards the river. And this is south, like going towards Cash Station. There's your witness, which is Mr. Rice. That's the way he was parked out. So
So when you say the witness, you're talking about Mr. Rice that's already testified.
that's correct.
This is where his vehicle is.
Yes, sir. So there's what I call, been calling the fast lane, slow lane. And there's your turning lane like you're gonna turn to Hunt's. This is your turning lane like you're turning to Cash Station. This unit 2 right here is the silver Nissan truck. Unit 1 is the breakers. The red light here, green light here. The Franklin's were coming across the intersection here. The silver truck went around Mr. Rice, which testified, into the turning lane, through the intersection. And when I called the A post, which that post got windshield and sitting, that's where the impact was from the driver's front to the post of the vehicle. When they hit this one, it put them in a 180 spin and pushed them 108 feet this way, which would be east on Highway 70. When he went this way, right here's about where the curb is. And come over the curb, hit the tree. And this is what wing space is here.
Thank you, sir. We will turn to the witness stand. I'll move this diagram as the next exhibit, please.
Number 30.
Got several more things to talk about, Sergeant, but in the course of your investigation, you charged the defendant with driving on a revoked license, is that correct?
That's correct.
How were you able to, Your Honor, we can have a quick jury out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step out for a moment.
Okay, so it's going to be a white screen like this for a few minutes while they talk about things. Can you guys hear me? I feel like it's very soft. It's going to stay a white screen like this for probably 3 or 4 minutes, and then it'll come back with the full screen thing. But since I have to take an obligatory break to make YouTube happy and talk for a minute, I want to address what Art Nixie said. And you can disagree with what I said, but the reason that it's not a common thing anymore is because they put those policies in place. Like it was, maybe it used to be happen a lot back in the day, but most places don't allow there to be chases at all. So you don't hear in the news every day that there was an accident related to a chase. It is not a very common thing for bystanders to be killed. I actually tried to find some recent cases where that happened and there weren't any. And that is a result of those things that were put in place. So yes, you are correct. But so am I, because one thing leads to the other. That is what the defense is arguing, that is technically the cop's fault for chasing him. It was reckless and they should have, shut off the streets and all of that. It's weird. Like, I've never heard that argument before, but like, dude, you're in a stolen car and you're running. Like, how are you going to point the finger at someone else and say, yeah, but you're chasing me? Thank you, Beverly. I appreciate that. There are, but apparently Arkansas chases are the new thing. Do you know how YouTube decides what you like and then that's the only thing you get to see for a month or two? So right now, the only thing that comes up on my home screen is chases. And the Arkansas State Police are apparently kind of like legendary, known for their pit maneuvers. I've seen a couple where they pitted people going like over 100 miles an hour. And one of the clips that I put at the start of this video, it was a red minivan, and the cop tried to pull the lady over. It was a mother, and she was pregnant. Yeah, she was pregnant. She didn't have her kids in the car, but she was pregnant. And they were on like kind of a bridge or an overpass or something. So she was waiting till she got on the other side so she could completely pull off onto the shoulder. Well, the cop thought, She's running from me. So he pitted her and her van rolled. And she's like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "I had my hazards on. I was gonna pull over as soon as it was safe." He's like, "Well, you didn't pull over quick enough." What the hell? So there are some instances where that happens. Okay, back to your regularly scheduled program, and I will try not to interrupt anymore. Hopefully that is okay from you
Judge,
two.
as the court is aware, the state has charged the defendant with driving on revoked because of DUI and also DUI second offense. So if convicted, this will be a bifurcated trial. So I wanted to make sure the defense was aware that we're going to be entering a redacted driving history that shows all of his history removed except the fact that he was revoked. It does not mention DUI at all. It simply says revoked. But I wanted that on the record, and also wanted to remind Sergeant Taylor not to mention prior DUI convictions.
It might be an appropriate time if you want to just take our afternoon recess, considering the fact that the jury's out already, then let's just do that.
After I've always collected drugs or paraphernalia or any kind of evidence of a crime, they go in sealed envelopes where my name and initials are on it, so everyone knows I sealed it and it hasn't been opened. But what this is inside this envelope is a clear, I call them watch battery bags, so I go plastic baggies, and it's got a white powder film all over the bag.
Okay, so inside the exterior plastic bag is something used by the Waverly Police Department?
Yes, sir.
To collect evidence?
That's correct.
And you labeled this bag?
Yes, sir.
And how is it labeled?
It's labeled, it's got my HC name, the case number, the item number, which is the evidence number, the offense, which is drug paraphernalia. It's got the suspect's name, which is Tory McConahie. The victim in the drug case would be Society. It's got the date of recovery, recovered by me with my initials. It's got the description of what's inside the envelope. And at the bottom, it's got a chain of custody from where I took it from my possession and put it into evidence and the date that I did that.
And what is your description of the evidence contained inside?
Plastic baggie with residue.
I'll move that as the state's next exhibit, please.
32.
And identify this.
Same concept. You got the clear plastic envelope. Got the same agency, case number. The item number is different because it's a different item. It's got the offense, the suspect's name, victim, the date of recovery, my initials, the description of it, which is a glass smoking pipe, and then the chain of custody, which is my initials, to evidence, and the date that.
Okay, really quick before I get back to what I was doing. The article that Art Nixie was referencing, it was actually picked up by the AP. It was in Newsweek and a bunch of other ones. And it's a 2022 article. And the title is "Hundreds Are Killed Each Year in Police Pursuits, Many of Them Bystanders." Now, the statistics are that since 1979, more than 5,000 bystanders have been killed. And then another paragraph says the report shows on average more than 320 people are killed each year in high-speed police pursuits, and 27% of those killed are innocent bystanders. However, there is no link to the original source for those statistics, and it also says that they tried to reach out to the Department of Justice for a comment, and they didn't provide one. So this data is incredibly outdated from back in a time when police pursuits. Wikipedia is not a reputable source, I'm sorry, for statistics. You could go write whatever you want on Wikipedia, and unless somebody sees it and changes it or fact checks it, then it just stays there. I mean, it's not, you have to look at the bigger picture of the pursuit and what is going on and what is considered a pursuit and how is this happening, and how are these people dying in the pursuit and things like that. So I would say that the statistics probably have to come from National Highway Safety Administration. It says that they also don't confirm if the person killed in the chase was the suspect or the innocent bystander. So there really is not, there isn't good data on this, because you could say that a man who is in a car with 5 people and a cop pulls up behind him and he takes off and he crashes and all 6 of them are killed, well, that's 5 innocent bystanders that were killed. It depends on how you look at it. So it takes a lot more than just a mainstream media article to really say that it hasn't changed. I think the cut down in not allowing chases has made a huge difference for many states. There's a lot of data that's generic data. There is not a lot of good data, and there's a big difference between generic data and good data. So, like I just said, you can read on Wikipedia and say, hey, there's 400 people a year that died, and if you want to run with that, then that's totally fine. But I'm not going to say that that's significant enough for me to say, oh yeah, that's what that means. Overall, there's been a decrease. It's not in the news every day like it used to be, and that's what I was basing my opinion on. But we can talk about validity of data another time.
It's sent there. And what's inside of it's a glass smoking pipe that's used to smoke methamphetamine with.
In your experience, 11 years, you're testifying this is a glass pipe that's used to smoke methamphetamine?
Absolutely. Yes.
And where was this collected?
It was collected from the Nissan truck. I just don't remember. I think it was a glove box.
But inside the
glove box.
defendant's truck that he was driving?
Yes, sir.
Move that as the next exhibit, please.
33.
And can you identify this?
So again, same type of baggie. It's a little bigger because the items inside of are larger. Same with the agency, case number, item number. Again, it's different because it's a different item. Still offense, suspect, victim, the data recovery, my initials, the description, which is 2 digital scales. Again, chain of custody with my initials, 2 evidence, and the date. That's 2 digital scales.
What are digital scales?
They're used to weigh drugs, in my experience.
I mean, you can weigh other things.
You can weigh other things, but I've never owned a set of digital scales. The only people I've ever known to own digital scales, which my grandma had a set, I guess, to do like baking powder and stuff like that. But since I've been an adult, the only scales I've ever seen is drug scales.
And I'm asking you because the defendant in this case is charged with drug paraphernalia.
Yes.
In your opinion, working your experience, the combination of the residue in the bag, the glass smoking pipe, and the scales, is that what makes them paraphernalia?
Yeah. You use it. I mean, you either using these right here to sell drugs or using them to, when you buy drugs, to make sure you didn't get ripped off, so you know what it weighs.
Move that to the next exhibit, please.
34.
Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to now turn towards the television and identify the screen as we have it pulled up. What is this view from?
So this is the front camera view of the Waverly Police Department.
This be your patrol car?
Yes, sir.
And, excuse me, Mr. Like,
Twin Lakes is there on your left. That's what I've been calling Twin Lakes.
and this is Highway 70,
It's Highway 70 facing westbound.
facing westbound.
In the eastbound lane.
right, stop right there. What did we just witness?
So that was what I said earlier about them coming at us from the high school, and you could see in that picture even, which I haven't watched that in 2-3 years, the blues in the background, so you can see what was coming at you. But that's the silver Nissan when it was approaching us, and you see that it swapped from the fast lane over in the shoulder, and that you heard is what I call the road part. When you run off in the shoulder, he was in the shoulder on the grooves.
Now,
Most of these cars.
do we see some grooves on this?
That's the grooves.
That's the groove pavement.
Yes,
And
sir.
it's designed to make a noise when wheels go across it?
To wake you up.
Now, are we still back on the original video? Go back to that. So I want to watch the first part of this video again, and I want you to identify the defendant's truck as it goes by.
Okay. That's the defendant's truck right there.
Okay. I can stop it right there. And was that the noise that we heard that you just described?
Yes, sir.
I'll move a copy of Sergeant Taylor's dash cam video as the next exhibit, please.
35.
Okay, and Sergeant Taylor, you had your body cam activated that day?
Yes, sir.
And you would please watch this video?
All right, we got a hit. Strips are on the fast lane. Stay on the fast lane. Slow lane, number 2. Pull him up! Pull him up!
All right, can you describe what we just watched?
So that was the pulling the spike strips, and that's me talking, and then the other officer was Jordan Coble. That was the one I said that was like running off towards the barn. But that was us spiking the Nissan truck.
I'll move a copy of Chris Taylor's body camera as the next exhibit, please.
36.
And Sergeant Taylor, can you identify the next exhibit?
So this is going to be Officer Coble's dash cam out of his marked police car.
All right, before you hang on, don't play it yet. What do we actually see here?
It's me with spike strips in my hand, looking towards the west.
And this actual patrol car video is from inside of Officer Coble's vehicle?
Yeah, so this camera basically hangs about where your rearview mirror would hang on your windshield. So it's out of the inside of the vehicle.
Go ahead. Sergeant Taylor, can you describe the direction and movements of the defendant's vehicle in this video we just saw?
It swerved towards us where we were on the shoulder of the road.
And you'd already testified to that earlier, that the vehicle swerved towards you.
Yes, sir.
Was that apparent in this video?
Yeah. You can see my demeanor change from when I was standing behind the car from the way I repositioned my body and myself. I didn't have nowhere to go, but let it hit the car if it did anything.
Move a copy of Jordan Coble's dash cam video as the next exhibit, please.
37.
All right, now you also, in the course of this investigation, collected Officer Coble's body camera, is that correct?
That's correct.
We could view that, please.
figured.
Dragged.
My spike strip was following his vehicle, so I wouldn't have just drug it without his vehicle already in that motion because I'd have left it in the lane it was at. So I'm not going to say that I did it because I didn't do that prior to him moving lanes.
All right, we got a hit. Scripture on the fast lane. Stay on the fast lane.
So it looks like when you agree with me or not, but it looks like when you throw that spike strip out, you immediately start to drag it.
To straighten it up and get the slack out of my. It's on like a kite string, so you got to get the slack out and get it straight in the lane, or it's sitting all jacked up in the lane. So that way you want to penetrate all four tires.
So when Mr. McConaughey, or the silver truck, when it moves out of the fast lane into the lane nearest you, you don't know if it was in an effort to avoid a spike strip or not.
At that moment, no, I was focused on the spikes hitting the tires. I didn't know that it was going to try to get. I didn't have the feeling of him trying to swerve at me until he was on top of almost the fog line. But you got to think this dude's doing 100 miles an hour. I'm on the side of the road.
But is it possible that he's trying to avoid your spike strips
I don't know what he was doing.
by taking the motion that he took?
I don't know what he was doing, but I know what I was doing in about 5 to 8 seconds of thought process is, oh shit, this dude's fixing to hit me. So I got out of the way.
And it's your testimony that you believe that the spike strips punctured, or what's the terminology?
Yeah, punctured.
Punctured or ruptured?
Yeah, punctured was what I would use.
One of his tires?
Yeah, the driver's side front's what I thought right there in the moment in time.
And
said on the radio.
What is the point of a spike strip? What is it intended to do?
Eliminate the speed of a vehicle, stop a vehicle.
Is it intended to affect the way an automobile operates?
Yes, it makes it inoperable. So you can't drive it.
It doesn't turn the way a normal car would turn?
Yeah, if it's a flat tire, yeah, that's right.
Do you know how long this pursuit lasted in miles?
I don't have that in front of me. I mean, it's somewhere I'm sure in the report, but like I said, I didn't engage in pursuit. All I investigated was the crash and then what I thought was me being in fear of my life right there in that moment.
How long in time before you saw the gray? From the time you got a call that something was going on, headed possibly your way, until you saw the gray truck, what was the time?
I couldn't tell you exact time. I could just tell you where I was at when I heard it, and where I was at when I turned my blue lights on, and where I was at right there in that video.
Are we talking 5-10 minutes?
That's not even that long.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Not even that long.
So you don't know whether the total police pursuit was 10 miles or 30 miles?
I have no idea how long the police pursuit was, because like I said, I wasn't in it.
Now, you mentioned that after we see you roll up your spike strips, you put them back in your car, and then you all head in the direction that the police and the gray truck went.
That's correct.
And then you arrive at the scene and begin to assess what's going on.
After we were dispatched to it, yeah.
And then at some point, you located inside the silver truck the items that you've mentioned here.
Yes, sir.
Where were they in the truck?
They were spread out through it, but the first items were, you could see them in the plain view from outside the vehicle with the busted windows. There was needles all over the floorboards of the truck.
And What did you do with those needles?
Collect them as evidence and disposed of them.
They were thrown away?
They were photographed and thrown away, by per policy. TBI won't take them.
And you found a baggie with some, there was white residue in this bag?
That's correct.
Was any testing done on that?
No, sir.
Okay.
We can't test. Our policy said at the time, since fentanyl's so big, we don't test drugs here. TBI testing.
Okay. And there was a pipe in there as well that you saw?
That's correct.
Was anything about the pipe analyzed to determine what, if anything, had been smoked out of that pipe?
Not to my knowledge, but the pipe had a black burnout on the bottom and had residue inside of it.
Was any testing done on the residue?
Not by me.
What about the digital scales? Is there any residue testing that can be
No,
done on those?
I mean, I didn't test them. No, sir.
Were there, and was that the extent of the contraband or the paraphernalia or drugs that was found in the truck?
Yes, sir.
Now, I noticed that you mentioned in the video where you're talking with Mr. McConaughey that it would not have been your policy
That's correct.
to pursue him. What did you mean by that?
Because they knew who he was when they started the pursuit, and if we know, and it's not a violent felony, or it wasn't until that happened. But it didn't meet our criteria because we already knew who he was.
You mean because it was a,
There's other means of apprehension because if you know who the guy is, you can go get him later.
so you're saying because it was the theft was the underlying, is that what you're saying, the underlying offense, the deal with the
No,
truck?
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there was one of the knowledge I had at the time of the incident, the time of the spike strips, was Carroll County Sheriff's Department was pursuing a stolen vehicle that had been into an accident or crash with a pedestrian, and they were entering our county. There was multiple jurisdictions with them, so there was no sense in my department or me, myself, to engage in something to continue it. That's why I tried to stop it with spike strips.
To your knowledge, when the pursuit passed you, do you know what jurisdictions were in
I knew
pursuit?
Carroll County and the Sheriff's Office, but that's the only two I knew.
County County
Sheriff's
Sheriff?
Department, yes, sir.
And then what was the other one?
Humphreys County Sheriff's Department.
Carroll County and Humphreys County Sheriff's Department?
That's correct.
And how fast were they traveling when they went past you after the silver truck passed you?
I don't know that because I wasn't in the pursuit and I didn't clock them on radar or nothing, so I have no idea.
Were they driving fast?
Yeah, they were driving extremely fast.
Okay.
You talking about the Sheriff's Office or Mr. McConaughey?
I'm talking about the police pursuers.
So the
sheriff-
police
sheriff.
cars, they were driving slower than Mr. McConaughey because they were so far behind him.
Were they still driving faster than a normal?
I'm gonna say,
speed
yeah,
limit?
they were driving over this 55 posted speed limit, I'm sure, but I wasn't there to know that, you know.
And again, you don't know how long this pursuit lasted from the time it started until it ended, but how long after you deployed spike strips did it end?
When the crash occurred.
And what's the distance?
I don't have that in front of me. I mean, if you want to give me the report, I'll give it to you. But it's from Twin Lakes to Clyde and 70 intersection.
Do you agree with me that it's 2 miles, maybe a little less?
No idea, sir.
Do you know which tires on the silver truck you got?
Driver's side front.
Driver's side front.
Yes, sir.
And do you know what, if any, impact on the control of that vehicle that ultimately had?
I have no idea. I wasn't in the driver's seat.
Based on your experience,
In my experience and working the crash, I'm going to say it didn't affect the control of his vehicle because he was able to change lanes at 100 miles an hour when he entered an intersection to avoid collision. So I would say he had control of his motor vehicle.
Now, the first time that you went and saw Mr. McConaughey at the jail, was that shortly after the car crash?
Yes, sir. That's probably within, I mean, like I said earlier, I don't know the time frame because I don't have my report right in front of me, but it was over an hour because it took me over an hour to work the crash.
And do you know whether or not Mr. McConaughey was taken to the hospital?
He was taken to the hospital. He was by ambulance and escorted by the Humphreys County Sheriff's Office.
And do you know whether or not he received a concussion from the wreck or anything like that?
No idea.
You know if he suffered any injuries to his person?
Other than him talking about his shoulder being sore, that's the only thing I remember. He was standing up at the crash scene and walked away from it, as you say. But as far as his personal injuries, I don't know.
You know if he was given any medication at the hospital?
No idea, but I didn't do any SFSTs or anything like that on him, so I didn't ask him.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Read right.
Sergeant Taylor, in the interview, let me frame this. The defense has asked you about operation of the vehicle. In the interview, did you hear the defendant say that not once did I ever let up off the gas?
Yeah, I heard him say that, yes, sir.
From your perspective, you came into contact with the passenger. Did he ever let up off the gas?
No, sir.
From his admission in the jail of going 100 miles per hour at impact, did he ever let up off the gas?
Said he didn't.
With that in mind, does deploying a spike strip, let's say it had punctured all 4 tires, would that stop somebody from putting their foot on the brake?
Negative.
They could still put their foot on the brake.
Yes, sir.
Would that stop somebody from pulling over on the side of the road?
Does not.
That stop somebody from acknowledging blue lights in the background? So the spike strips didn't prevent him from slowing down or stopping or avoiding this crash altogether.
They did not.
I'll pass it.
Anything further? Thank you, sir. You may stand down.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You state your name for the record, please.
It's Dr. Erin Carney. Last name is Carney.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Carney, where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Center for Forensic Medicine in Nashville.
And what is that?
So we serve as the Davidson County Medical Examiner's Office and also the Regional Forensic Center.
I'm sorry, can you get into that microphone a little
Yes,
bit more
ma'am.
so I can hear you better? Thank you. Sorry. Start that answer over.
Okay. So I work at the Center for Forensic Medicine. We serve as the Davidson County Medical Examiner's Office and the Regional Forensic Center for Middle Tennessee.
And what do you do there?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And can you describe to the jury what a forensic pathologist does?
Yes. So it's my job to perform autopsies and external examinations in order to determine cause and manner of death in deaths that fall under medical examiner's jurisdiction. These are deaths that are sudden and unexpected in someone with no medical history or occur under violent or suspicious circumstances.
And how do you become qualified to be a medical examiner?
You have to become a medical doctor and you have to go through training for it.
Can you tell the jury some of your training and background and qualifications?
Yes. So I earned my Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. I attended Vanderbilt University School of Medicine, where I earned my Doctor of Medicine degree. I completed residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, and a forensic pathology fellowship at the State of Maryland Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
And have you been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in courts in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert?
I've been qualified as an expert 64 times now, and most of those in the state of Tennessee.
And how many autopsies have you conducted in your experience?
I've done over 3,500 autopsies.
All right, at this time, the state would offer Dr. Carney as an expert in forensic pathology.
Any objection?
I don't object, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Carney will be qualified as an expert witness in the field of forensics pathology.
Dr. Carney, I would turn your attention to an autopsy that was conducted on Mr. Larry Wayne Franklin. Do you have a copy of that with you today?
I do.
Would you briefly summarize to the jury how an autopsy is conducted and what you're looking for?
Yes. So an autopsy typically consists of two parts. There's an external examination and an internal examination. For the external examination, I'm looking at the outside of the body. We will record characteristics of the individual, such as the length of their body on the table, their hair color, their eye color, their weight. And then I look for evidence of disease or injury that would help me understand why they died. After I finish the external examination, I will do an internal examination. In this part, we perform a wide incision on the chest and abdomen and reflect the skin and soft tissue so we can see the ribs, look for any bleeding, fractures, bruising, and then we'll cut through those ribs and take off the sternum in the front of the ribs, the chest plate, if you will, in order to see the internal organs and look for blood or other fluids in the body cavities, and then also take a closer look at those organs by removing them and examining them. The last part is doing an incision behind the ears, up along the scalp, and reflecting the scalp forward so I can look for any bruising in the scalp that might be hard to see because of the hair. And then cutting through the top of the skull and taking that off so I can see the brain, and then take a closer look at the brain to look for bleeding, bruising, strokes, things like that that could cause some of the.
After you've conducted the autopsy, do you come up with a report, or written explanation of these causes and effects?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, did you do that?
I did.
Can you go through the pathologic diagnosis for us, please?
So on Mr. Franklin, it was actually my colleague, Dr. Deering, who did this autopsy. I autopsied Ms. Patricia Franklin, but I reviewed Dr. Deering's report. So let me explain why Mr. Franklin passed away. All right. So Mr. Franklin had multiple blunt force injuries, which means this was from blunt trauma, like a blunt object has hit him, and in this case, it's the car crash. So it's the things inside the car that have struck his body and caused the damage. So we usually start at the top of the head and work our way down. So he has a contusion or bruise on the right side of his forehead, and when we reflected the scalp forward, you see quite a bit of bleeding in the scalp there. He has, if I skip to number 3 on my pathologic diagnosis here, he has a disruption of the atlanto-occipital ligament. That, well, there's more than one ligament, but the ligaments that hold the skull onto the spine. There's this hard connective tissue that holds your skull onto your spine so it doesn't fall off. In his case, the ligament along the front of the skull that holds it onto the spine was torn, and the ligament along the back is also torn, but not completely, but the skull could kind of move pretty freely on top of the spine. When that happens, it tends to put pressure on the brainstem and the spine where it exits the top of the skull and goes down into the middle of the spine where the spinal cord runs. So he ended up with bleeding on his brainstem and kind of the top of the spine there. He's also got bleeding in the soft tissue and the muscles along the front of the neck where they run, or from the spine actually. He has bleeding on his brain, and he has tearing of the brain from where he's been in the car crash and got hit. It caused tearing of the corpus callosum, which is the axons, the white matter that runs from one side of the brain to the other, right in the middle. So that's torn. And his thalamus is also, the right thalamus is also torn, which is like right in the middle of the brain. So it's an indicator of that he's going along in the car and all of a sudden gets stopped very suddenly, and it causes the tearing of the ligament from the skull to the spine, and also tearing of the brain and bleeding of the brain when those blood vessels were torn. And then he has a laceration of the pontomedullary junction of the brainstem, which is basically where the brainstem itself is torn. The problem there is the brainstem is where you have all those involuntary actions that keep you alive, like the brainstem and the breathing, things you don't have to think about. So when that brainstem is torn, it affects your ability to fly. He also has a bruise on his chest wall on the right side, and he has a fracture of his first rib up high. It's a small rib, but it's pretty strong. It's broken. And he has bleeding into the right side of his chest, about 220 milliliters. He has a fractured pelvis. So your pelvis has a bone on each side that kind of comes together and attaches to the spine and back. So in the front, the pubic symphysis is broken open on him. And this side of the pelvis is also broken from the base of the spine. And then he has a laceration of his liver, although it doesn't look like he bled from that. And then he broke his right leg with 2 bones in the right lower leg are broken. And then he also has lots of scrapes on his legs, abrasions of scrapes on his legs, and then scrapes on the front of his pelvis, like lower abdomen.
What was the cause of death?
Multiple blunt force injuries.
And those injuries were as a result of the 2-car auto accident?
Yes,
sir. No doubt about it. I mean, this car accident is what killed Mr. Franklin.
Yes, sir.
What type of force would be necessary to create all of these injuries at one time?
It's a significant amount of force for, I mean, it's a car crash. You wouldn't get these sorts of injuries just from falling down and hitting a head. Because that connective tissue holding the skull into the spine is pretty tough. And then obviously we're dealing with big bones in the pelvis being fractured as well.
Doctor, if you could identify this document, please.
Sure. This is the autopsy report on Mr. Larry Wayne Franklin.
Is that an accurate copy?
Yes, sir.
Move that as the state's next exhibit, please.
49.
Dr. Carney, if we could turn to the autopsy of Ms. Patricia Ann Franklin. And if you could describe the findings in this as well, please.
Okay. So Ms. Patricia Franklin also died of multiple blunt force injuries from the car crash. In her case, we have some more severe injuries to the torso with some injuries of the head and extremities as well. On her, she has abrasions on her right parietal scalp, her left cheek and under the chin. And when we reflected her scalp, she had bleeding actually on the left side of her scalp above her ear. And she has subarachnoid hemorrhage, same as her husband, bleeding on the left side of the brain. Now, when blood runs in that space on the brain, it's very irritating to the blood vessels. So that alone can be enough to cause death. But she also had significant blunt force injuries of her torso. So she has abrasions or scrapes on the right side of her chest. She has multiple broken ribs, both sides. And the right side, it's in the front, the anterior portion, 3 through 5, right where they attach to the sternum. She's got them on the back of her ribs, on the right side on 1, 10, and 11, and left ribs 1, 8, and 9. On the side, lateral aspect of left rib 2, and then both the sides and the back of the ribs, right ribs 2 through 9, and left ribs 3 through 7. So lots of fractures on the side, on the back, some in the front. The diaphragm that separates the chest organs, the heart and lungs, from the abdominal organs is torn on both sides. So her liver was coming up into her chest, and her stomach was coming up into her chest. That makes it very difficult for the lungs to expand, because now the stomach and the liver are taking up all the space in the chest. The pericardium, or the fibrous sac that surrounds the heart to protect it, was torn, and her heart itself was torn. In 2 different places on the front, the right atrium and right ventricle, so top and bottom of the right side of the heart, and then also in the fatty tissue that covers over the left side of the heart. She has tearing of her right lung and her left lung and her liver, and she's bleeding into her chest. And she's got bruising on both lungs. The big artery, the aorta, that comes out of the top of the heart that supplies blood to the whole body, and then the right side supplies the lungs. When it comes up, it has a little arch, and the back of the arch is kind of fastened with a ligament so it won't move. Well, when the car crash occurred, part of the aorta kept moving and that part didn't move, so it tore it in half. So the biggest artery of the body has now been ripped completely in half. That's what it means when you see the descending aortic arch is transected. I mean, the aorta is torn into two.
Dr. Carney, would that injury alone have killed Ms. Franklin? Tearing of the aorta?
Yes.
That alone?
Yes.
Even if none of these other things would have occurred?
Yes. Because the blood is coming out through that big artery, and now it's just pouring into her chest, and it can't supply the rest of the body.
Was this injury caused by the force and impact of the wreck?
Yes. And then other than that, she has scrapes and bruises on her arms and legs, and then she has some tearing on her right arm and on both legs. Some torn skin.
And again, what was the cause of death?
Multiple blunt force injuries.
So both Mr. and Ms. Franklin were killed as a result of multiple blunt force injuries from the car crash.
Yes.
And if you would identify this document.
And this is my report on Ms. Franklin.
Move that as the next exhibit.
Number 50.
And I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Sanders, you may cross-examine.
Senator, I have no questions for this witness.
Doctor, we thank you for your attendance, and you are now released from your subpoena and may go about your business.
Thank you.
Judge, that will conclude our witnesses for today. We are
All
way
right,
ahead.
let me have one matter. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step across the hall, please. All right, State may call your next witness.
The state calls April Bramlage.
Raise your right hand and let the clerk place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you state and spell your first and last name?
April Bramlage, APRIL, BRAMLAGE.
And Agent Bramlage, where are you employed?
I am a special agent forensic scientist at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the Nashville Crime Lab in toxicology.
And do you have an area or field that you specialize in?
Yeah, in toxicology, we are testing blood and urine for the presence of alcohol and drugs.
What qualifications do you have to be a toxicologist?
Personally, I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from the University of South Florida and a Master's in Forensic Toxicology from the University of Florida in Gainesville.
How long have you been employed as a lab scientist?
Just over 16 years.
How many test samples have you tested in 16 years?
It's in the thousands. I think the last kind of little tally was 8,000 blood alcohols and 10,000 drug cases.
And have you been qualified as an expert in forensic toxicology in the courts of Tennessee?
I have.
You know approximately how many times you've been qualified as an expert?
I think today is 86 or 87.
86 times that you've previously been qualified and testified?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would tender Agent Bramlage as an expert in forensic toxicology.
You voir dire?
No objection.
All right, this witness will be qualified as an expert in forensic toxicology.
So, Agent Bramlage, when a blood sample arrives at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, what's the process for testing that blood?
So specimens can come in the door a couple of different ways. Typically, they're going to get dropped off in evidence receiving in what's called our blood alcohol kit drop box. So in the back of the lab, law enforcement has to be buzzed in, and we have a little box, it looks like a mailbox, that law enforcement can drop these little kits that we provide to them that has our paperwork and glass tubes that they can collect the blood in. And it's got these little self-sealing flaps on it so they can then seal that when the blood's all inside. And then we'll drop it in that box. Evidence receiving, the individuals that work in evidence, they have a key to that box. Only them and their supervisor. I don't even have a key to that box. Go on a daily basis, and they'll open that mailbox up and collect all those little kits. They're then going to go up into their unit inside evidence receiving, open those kits one at a time, ensure the paperwork matches the blood tubes, and then just kind of do some data entry, entering all the pertinent information on that paperwork. When they're done with that, that's going to generate a unique laboratory case number. That case number is unique for that case and only that case throughout the history of the Bureau. And then once they're done with all the data entry, they're going to take all the blood tubes that they've entered that day with the corresponding case numbers on them, and they're going to place them in our vault in toxicology, which is it's like a refrigerator cooler. They have access to it. I have access to it. And then that's where the sample is going to sit until it's ready to be tested.
Okay. So for today's purposes, I want to refer you to the lab case number 211007154. Now that's the unique number that's generated in the process that you just described?
Yes.
And do you have a lab report for that case number?
I do.
So first, let's go through some of the identifiers on the lab report. Can you describe the subject that's named in this lab report?
The subject listed is Tory A. McConahie, if I'm saying that right.
Thank you. And the sample was received from who?
It was actually dropped in the laboratory by somebody from the Waverly Police Department that dropped it. But the individual requesting the test was Chris Taylor.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury how a sample like this, what you do to actually test for drugs?
For just the drug test?
Yes.
So the first thing a sample is going to have done is when it's being tested for drugs, it's going to have a preliminary test. This is similar to like a workplace drug test. We're going to run it through an instrument, and it's going to look for 9 different classes of drugs. If any of those classes become positive, policy then states I have to confirm the presence to find out what specific drug is present in the system. And that's what's then done. So then when I determine what drug was there, that's what goes on the report.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
You may.
And Agent, can you identify this document?
Yes.
And what is that?
So this is an official toxicology report, copy of it, with a subject listed Tory A. McConahie, prepared by forensic scientist Sarah Douglas.
There's also a second signature at the bottom. Is that Jennifer Hall?
That is Jennifer Hall. Jennifer Hall is the laboratory manager for the Nashville Crime Lab. Her signature at the bottom is just stating that this is an official TBI document.
And does the document you have in your hand appear to be the same document that we're seeing on the screen that's to your right?
Yes. Yes.
And I will move that document to the state's next exhibit if you have a copy.
I do.
Number 51.
So I'm going to refer to it as the trial exhibit 51.
Okay.
So in trial exhibit 51, we have results and substance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Agent, do you need your copy back, or do you have another copy?
I have one, sir.
Can you go through the drugs that the McConaughey blood tested positive for, please?
Tested positive for?
Yes.
So,
as listed in this panel.
So, different way I've been asked it. So it was found to contain 11 nor, 9-carboxy delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, COOH that you see up there at 21 nanograms per milliliter. It was found to contain methamphetamine at 1.4 micrograms per milliliter and amphetamine at 0.07 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And going back to the first one, and that's one of the fancy words I can't pronounce, the 11-nor-9 carboxy. What is that?
So that is actually an inactive metabolite of THC. So when an individual takes in THC or a cannabis product, the body's going to work to eliminate that, as with any substance, by creating other compounds called metabolites. So the delta-9 THC that you see at the tops is not detected, means that we were unable to find that particular active compound in the blood. Then the next one that says 11-hydroxy-delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC-OH, that is one of those metabolites. It is active, but we were unable to find it. And then the carboxy is actually an inactive metabolite, meaning it has no effect on the body, and that was the one that was found in the blood.
What does that in layman's terms?
That basically means at some point the individual took a cannabis product. I cannot determine when they took it, how long ago, how much, just at some point in the past 1 day to up to 4 or 5 days, they took cannabis.
Okay. Now let's move next down to the methamphetamine.
Okay.
I think you've testified that there were 1.4 micrograms found in the blood.
Yes.
So talk to us about that.
So methamphetamine is a stimulant, a central nervous system stimulant. It's a very potent, very powerful stimulant. It is going to increase communication in the body. It can be prescribed medicinally for individuals with very severe ADHD at extremely low doses and under very, very direct supervision. If that is the case, the number you may see would be somewhere between a 0.02 to a 0.05. This sample obviously contains much, much higher amounts of that. So commonly when we see methamphetamine in our cases, it is from the illicit production methamphetamine that is sold illicitly and not through a doctor.
Okay. So if someone were to get a prescription for methamphetamine, I'm assuming they would not be prescribed a lethal level. They'd be prescribed what's called a therapeutic level.
Right, and that was that range I gave, that 0.01, 0.02 to a 0.05, a very, very low level.
So a 0.02 to a 0.05 would be a low therapeutic level.
That is the range itself. It's a very small amount.
Mm-hmm. Is this number in the defendant's blood 1.4 much higher than a therapeutic level?
Very, very high.
Very, very high.
Yes.
Describe the impact in your experience and qualifications and studies. What does this high level of methamphetamine do to a person's body?
So at those low doses, the idea is to take an individual with ADHD and give them a little bit of a stimulant to kind of, it seems a little counterintuitive, but to take the storm going on of their attention and just put it in line a little bit. Once you over that level and shoot over that level, you have now shot your body into essentially fight or flight mode. As a stimulant, the idea is we're going to increase heart rate. We're going to open our eyes up so we can see everything going on around us. It's going to put you in a state of essentially, I need to go fast, I need to be able to see the world around me because caveman-wise, there's a bear coming after me and I've got to go. So a high-level stimulant essentially puts you in that state of awareness. It takes the go pedal of your central nervous system and just slams it and says go. So what that looks like is the individual could be aggressive, agitated, have a very poor impulse control. They have poor motor control. They're going to be kind of twitchy, kind of moving around because everything is hyperstimulated. So they're going to have a hard time voluntarily controlling their movements. They're going to have an off perception of time. Everything is going faster for them. So you may ask them to estimate 30 seconds, and they may go, that's 30 seconds. Everything is very fast with them, fast heart rate, fast thinking. Their decision-making is impaired because you have essentially taken the decision-making part and cranked it up. So it's harder to decide and make clear, thought-out decisions under the influence of a stimulant at a high level such as this.
Does taking this level of methamphetamine, does that affect a person's ability to make normal, sober thoughts when applied to driving?
So yes, so decision-making, multitasking, that's very important when driving. You've got to stay in your lane, watch the road around you, pay attention to the traffic lights. Do I need to stop? Can I make it through the light? Remember where you're going. All of those things are impaired. And I failed to mention that with methamphetamine or stimulants, you are in this heightened state for a period of time. And once that drug wears off, with methamphetamine, it's about 6 to 8 hours. Once that starts wearing off, you've gone from this heightened state, now your body's exhausted and you're going to crash. So there is the possibility of the backside crash of that as well, where the individual's fatigued, tired, can't stay awake. And that, again, is not conducive to driving as well.
You say you testified they're in a heightened state for an extended period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk some more about, I was trying to write down everything you said. Descriptions of effects that methamphetamine have. I think you said aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean aggressive?
So aggressive behavior towards something. There reaches a point with high stimulant use where you may even be hallucinating. So you may see something benign and think it is something you need to be concerned with. Aggressive towards that. You can be aggressive towards individuals. Aggressive in your behavior as far as driving, maybe speeding aggressively, operating your vehicle very aggressively, taking an aggressive turn or braking aggressively, those types of things.
What about impulse control? I think you testified. What is that?
So impulse control, right? Impulses are kind of like the little guy on your shoulder that says, don't do that thing. That's a little gone with the methamphetamine with a high stimulant on board. And thinking about approaching a yellow light, impulse control. Do I run the light or do I just stay back and hit that? The decision to go, I'm just going to run the light, is not really thought through. You just do it.
Is that the impairment?
That is the impairment of your decision making is impaired. Your normal decision making is not able to be done.
A lot of times when we're thinking of drunk driving or impaired driving, we think it's somebody who's so drunk on alcohol that they're almost passing out. This is kind of the opposite.
Yes, well, on the upside of the stimulant, yes. Of course, the backside of that, if they are in that crash phase, that's when they look like somebody who's drunk.
Okay. So the impairment in this case, one example of it would be the inability to make good decisions.
Correct.
Impulsively going through a red light.
Correct.
Aggressive driving.
Aggressive driving, yes.
Now, you also use the word twitching.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
So you have hyperstimulated your communication from your brain to your muscles. So you have poor control. So you may see them kind of wiggling, moving in their seat, bouncing around. You may ask them to maybe sign something, and you're going to see that this right here. They just cannot control their movements.
Now, Agent, I have a video that I would like for you to observe, and we're going to play it on the big screen. I'm going to be referring to this video as a trial exhibit 47.
All right, man, you want to charge this order? Sir? All right. So you've been charged with driving on the road, DUI, vehicle homicide ×2, reckless driving, evading arrest. You've got a $1 million, $16,750 fine, about fine. Okay? You hear me? All right.
Agent, we've watched, this is trial exhibit 47. What are your observations in light of these blood results that you testified to?
So the behavior does look very similar to somebody with methamphetamine on board. Of course, you can be nervous and be twitching your legs. But really the kind of key thing that I saw was when he jerks like that jerk movement, that is really your body trying to bring you back down. I need to rest, I need to rest. And the stimulant going, nope, we got to be amped up, and you're going to jerk like that. And then the kind of the twitchiness with the hands a little bit. Just seeing that without the result, I would wonder if that person had some type of stimulant on board, methamphetamine, cocaine.
So does these observations kind of correlate with someone who is on an extremely high level of methamphetamine?
They make sense, yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Sanders, you have questions?
Agent Bramlage, you are employed by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And those times that you've testified and those analysis that you've done, have they been solely
for the purposes of representing in criminal prosecutions?
I've done a civil case and a federal case before.
Okay. The majority of them, you testify on behalf of the prosecution, is that correct?
For the majority, but I have testified and been subpoenaed by defense, yes.
And I believe that you've testified that there are other, the video that you watched, that there are possible other causes for the behavior that you observed.
I would think so.
On
I'm
that
not some
video.
type of stimulant.
Huh?
A stimulant.
But you also said it nerves.
Some of the, like the leg twitching, you know, I could sit here right now. I'm testifying. I'm nervous. You might see my leg twitch. But the involuntary jerking.
And you don't know Mr. McConaughey.
No.
You've never met him. Are you able to tell the jury based on these numbers when these drugs were taken or ingested?
No, I cannot do what's called a back extrapolation on a drug sample. Individuals metabolize drugs differently depending on their genetics and whatnot. So I can just say at some point he took methamphetamine to get him to that level when his blood was drawn.
And what are some of the factors that you testified about metabolism? What did you mean by that?
So metabolism is how your body is going to eliminate any substance you take in as far as a chemical or unknown substance. So I mentioned the THC, you're going to take parent THC when you ingest cannabis, and your body is going to try to eliminate that and break it down into different little products.
And do different people have different metabolisms?
Some people, the metabolism can be quite genetically based, especially depending on the compound. The speed with which they do it, some people are fast metabolizers, some people are slow metabolizers. Some people might be a poor metabolizer or might not be able to metabolize that drug at all, and it could become toxic to them at a low level.
Does the length of time with which a person may or may not have used a drug, does that affect how their body metabolizes that drug?
Are you speaking to tolerance?
Tolerance or some type of like a chronic use over time?
It can be to where over time you can become tolerant, or your body becomes tolerant to the drug, meaning you need to take more of that drug to have an effect.
And I noticed, I think you may have also reviewed this too, but there was also an alcohol test done.
There was.
And what was the result of that?
The alcohol result is negative for ethyl alcohol.
That's all, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Just quickly, I'm glad Mr. Sanders asked you about the alcohol because I completely forgot about it. If there were testimony that the defendant had consumed 2 or 3 beers, but yet there's 0 alcohol in the test, does that surprise you?
If he must have consumed them several hours prior and had metabolized that alcohol out.
And is that what metabolization means? Is I can have something at one point in the day, and by the end of the day, it's out of my system completely?
Correct. Correct.
All right. And also, following up on the lab test, there was methamphetamine, and then underneath that it said amphetamine.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe to the jury the distinction between the two? Because they're going to have a copy of the lab report.
Yes, thank you for asking that. I failed to mention that when we talk about metabolites, methamphetamine is what the individual takes in. It's going to break it down, and in this case, methamphetamine breaks down into amphetamine. So seeing those 2 products together doesn't mean that they took methamphetamine and then separately took amphetamine. They took methamphetamine, the body turned it into amphetamine, and that is also a stimulant on its own that has its own effects. So you've got the methamphetamine effect, and then you've also got the effect of that amphetamine kind of building up and allowing for the duration of effects to be longer and last longer.
Thank you.
Recross.
No additional questions.
Thank you, Agent Bramlett. You are excused and you may go about your business.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Crouch?
Judge, could the state have a couple of moments to discuss something outside?
You can. That's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a recess, allow the state to figure out where they're going next. And also, I'm working on the final charge for you. So if you'll give us a few minutes, if you'll just step across the way. I would remind you of the instructions about not discussing the case among yourselves. Don't try to talk about it until after all of the evidence is concluded and I've given you my final instructions and the last argument that the lawyers will make. Thank you. All right, as I explained earlier, that I was handed a question that one of the jurors has written, and the name and on the record that question is: was any medication given to the defendant at the hospital after his arrest? If so, what was it? And my response would be that I'll bring the jury out. I'll instruct them that they have to determine the answer to that question based upon the evidence that's been presented and the testimony of Mr. Taylor, as well as the blood test results that have been provided. Anyone have any question, any objection to that? All right, we'll bring out the jury. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I was handed a question that one of you had submitted, and that question I've addressed on the record with the lawyers, and I want to read it into the record in front of all of you. Question that was handed was: any medication given to the defendant at the hospital after his arrest? If so, what was it? And ladies and gentlemen, you are the finders of fact. In other words, you are the judges of the facts. You've heard testimony from Officer Taylor, and you've heard testimony from Agent Bramlage regarding the blood test results and what they contain. You must decide whether there's any evidence to answer that question. I cannot answer that question for you. Okay? All right. With that having been dealt with, does the state have another witness?
No, sir. The state rests.
State has rested their proof. Mr. Sanders, you indicated there was something you needed to address.
I wanted to address the court outside the presence.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a stage in this process where sometimes you'll have to come in for a second and then go out for a second and then come back in and then go out. So just bear with us, but these are all necessary points where I have to take something up outside of your presence. So if you'll retire to the jury room, we'll bring you back in as quickly as we can. All right, Mr. Sanders.
Yes, Your Honor, as the state is now rested, I would move the court for a judgment of acquittal in this matter, so that the state has failed to carry its burden of proof, and that the jury could not, as the evidence presented, find my client guilty of those indicted charges that he's facing. We move the court for acquittal in this matter.
Having considered the state's proof, it is this court's opinion that there is more than ample sufficient proof to submit this case to the jury. Therefore, your motion for judgment of acquittal is respectfully denied. Do you have any other issues that we need to address outside the jury's presence? Is your client intending to testify?
Your Honor, my client is not intending to testify.
All right.
Presenting evidence.
All right. Then let's bring Mr. McConaughey around to the podium, please. Mr. McConaughey, I need to go over with you just some of your rights to make sure that this is an informed decision. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and let me have you placed under oath.
I solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. Would you state your name for the record?
Tory Alexander McConahie.
Mr. McConaughey, you are, I want to make sure that you understand your rights. You understand you have an absolute right not to testify in this trial, and that if you decide not to testify, that the jury will not draw any inference from your failure to testify. You also understand you have an absolute right to testify, and if you choose to testify, then no one can prevent you from testifying if that's what you want to do. You understand that no one can force you to testify, no one can prevent you from testifying. This has to be a decision that you alone make. You understand that? Have you talked it over with Mr. Sanders? Do you feel like it's in your best interest to testify or not to testify? Right. And I'm going to ask that you sign this waiver of your right to testify. Mr. Sanders, I'll ask you to sign right below it, please. All right. Show that Mr. McConaughey has made a knowing and voluntary waiver of his right to testify, so just have a seat. With the defense not offering any proof, then this will conclude the evidence portion of our case. The next stage will be closing arguments. It's my understanding both sides would like to see the final charge before you make your closing argument. I'm going to bring the jury back in and then let Mr. Sanders advise whether or not the defense wishes to put on any proof in the jury's presence. And then after that, we'll give them an extended break while we're getting this ready. All right, bring the jury in. Thank you. You may be seated. All right. State having rested their proof, does the defense wish to offer any proof?
Your Honor, the defense will be offering no additional proof.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard all of the evidence in this case that upon which you'll be required to make your decision. The next stage will be the final arguments of the closing arguments of the attorneys. As I explained to you, there are 10 different charges in this indictment. And we have to address each one of those in our final charge to give you an explanation. The lawyers typically, and in this case, want to review what I'm charging you as the final charge so that they can incorporate that into their closing arguments, which means it's going to require us to have an extended break while we finish the charge and they review it. So just bear with us. And I would remind you, we're going to give you an extended break, probably at least 20 minutes, if not longer. So you're free to move about outside, although it looked like it was raining outside a moment ago. We all need a rain. But in any event, just make sure that you, again, follow my instructions. Don't talk about the case, even though now you've heard all the proof. Don't let anyone talk to you about it. And I would remind you that no one knows who the alternates are going to be. So all of you are going to have to participate in this closing argument and the instructions. Following my last instruction, my final instructions, I will select right before you begin deliberation. I'll randomly pick 2 of you that will then be the alternates and they'll be excused. And the reason we wait to that last minute is because things happen and it could happen between now and the closing argument. So if you will step back into the jury room and you're free to move about, again, just avoid talking to anyone about this case.
All right. We have some time, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, when Ms. McKinney has the final charge and draft form, she'll give you a copy of it, and I'd like for you to look at it as quickly as you can so that we can avoid any longer delay than necessary. So we'll stand in recess until that time.
I would like to hear from everybody watching the trial, because this is a relatively short trial, given the severity of the potential defense.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as I explained to you, we have been working very diligently on trying to finalize the final charge, which will be lengthy.
I didn't pause it.
It's 29 pages. And we're also working on a verdict form, and to have those final changes made and to print all 14 copies of it is going to take some time. So we've talked with the lawyers, and what everyone has agreed is we're going to go ahead and allow them to make their closing argument to you. And the state will open with this closing argument. The defense will have an opportunity to make their closing argument. Then the state will have the opportunity to make the final closing argument. And after those closing arguments are made, but before the instructions are read to you, we'll take a lunch break. And then when you come back, we'll read you the final charge, and then you'll retire to deliberate after I've selected the alternates. So to give you an idea how we're going to proceed. So we are now ready for closing arguments. You've heard all of the proof. This will be the lawyer's opportunity to discuss with you what they think the proof has shown. State will open.
Thank you, Rob.
Debbie, I came here to join you all. I was coming back from my Thanksgiving dinner, which started at 3:30.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Started at 1 o'clock.
told y'all hopefully this would last about 2 days, and here we are, mid-morning, almost lunchtime the second day. I want to thank you for paying attention. We pay attention to you guys, and we've watched you watch the witnesses, listen to the witnesses, look at the evidence that's been submitted, and it's a tough case. This is a hard case, tragic case. But we want to thank you for your time and doing this. So normally I'm kind of a person that doesn't read a lot. I just kind of wing it. Sometimes that's bad, sometimes that's good, but I don't usually read a lot. But we get to go twice because, as you were told early on, we have the burden of proof. So we have to prove every crime beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a lot. Mr. McConaughey is charged with 10 different crimes. That's why that charge is taking so long. So it's a long day, and it'll be a while. But in doing that, we have to prove each element of every one of those. So to go over that, I'm going to be perfectly honest. I'm not smart enough to remember the wording of each one of those. I'm just not. So
That is a really stupid argument.
I'll be reading some things to you that you'll have to hear again
I'm sorry, Meg.
from Judge Wolf. But I do that to go through to tell you why we think the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. McConaughey is guilty. We started yesterday with reading the indictment. Went through all that. You heard what he was charged with. So we're going to go through that again. I'm going to go through each one of those. Count one of this indictment, Mr. McConaughey is charged with vehicular homicide by intoxication. And that was causing the death of Mr. Larry Franklin. Now, what the judge is doing in his closing argument, or excuse me, his written instructions to you, is he's giving you the legal definitions and going through that. Now, I'm going to go through it, boring as it may be sometimes to you guys, to say this is why we thought we proved this. Vehicular homicide by intoxication. We have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed the alleged victim, Larry Franklin, by the operation of a motor vehicle, that the defendant acted recklessly, and that the killing was the proximate result of the driver's intoxication. Kind of jump into count two without getting real deep into count one, because it's the same count, except we have a second victim. Count two, he's charged with vehicular homicide of Patricia Franklin. Same elements. That he killed the alleged victim, Patricia Franklin, by operation of a motor vehicle, acted recklessly, and that the killing was the proximate result of the driver's intoxication. So we got the same crime, two victims. You heard the proof. One of the things the judge is going to tell you is voluntary intoxication is intoxication caused by a substance the person knowingly introduced into the person's body, the tendency of which to cause intoxication was known or ought to be known. So, we also have a definition of intoxication. And you can see it up here, read along. You'll get it later. But as that says, intoxication is defined, as acting under the influence of an intoxicant and or controlled substance. The expression under the influence of an intoxicant and or covers not only all the well-known and easily recognized conditions and degrees of intoxication, but also any mental or physical condition which is the result of taking an intoxicant and or controlled substance in any form in which deprives one of the clearness of mind and control of oneself which one would otherwise possess. In this situation, it would not be necessary that the person be in such a condition as would make him guilty of public drunkenness. The law merely requires that the person be under the influence of an intoxicant and or controlled substance. The degree of intoxication has to be such that it impairs the driver's ability to safely operate a motor vehicle by depriving the driver of the clearness of mind and control of himself that he would otherwise possess. Do you see that? So we have to prove that he was intoxicated. Of course, you heard Officer Taylor testify. Sergeant Taylor testified that he went and met with Mr. McConaughey. You actually saw the video of his meeting with Mr. McConaughey. Mr. McConaughey admitted to using methamphetamine that day. He admitted to drinking beer. You heard Agent Bramlage talk about that. But he admitted that he had been using methamphetamine that day.
So you
heard him talk about that pretty intense with Sergeant Taylor. You also saw Sergeant Taylor the day of the wreck when he went to the jail to try to read him his warrants. You saw his video. You saw his actions. You saw how he reacted or did not react based on his condition at the time. This morning, you heard TBI agent, special agent April Bramlage come in and talk to you about methamphetamine. She gave you the numbers. I'm going to show those to you again.
And
she went over the methamphetamine and amphetamine.
Did nothing.
She talked to you about the metabolism, metabolites, how that his body deals with that. Way smarter than I am. Don't understand all that, but she explained that to you. The number I want you to look at is that methamphetamine number because that's what she talked about. 1.4 was the measure, 1.4 UGs per ml. She explained all that stuff. I'm not going to try to do it because I can't. One of the things I want you to remember, though, she talked about a person can be prescribed very low doses of that drug for certain conditions. She told you that General Kraft was questioning her that that therapeutic level was between 0.02 and 0.05, not 0.2 and 0.5, 0.02 and 0.05. Did not point that out. 1.4. That is 70
trial practice.
times
Whatever.
0.02. Not 7 times. I went to law school so I didn't do math. 70 times what you would be prescribed if you got prescribed. I didn't even need to prescribe it. Apparently you can't. Mr. McConaughey chose to drive
Correct.
on February the 10th
Argument of any
of 2021 while he had 70 times the minimal amount of methamphetamine you had if you got it prescribed to you by a doctor. No indication this was prescribed to him. He was taking an illegal narcotic. That's the test result. Unrefuted. 70 times. It's hard to fathom. 70 times that amount. You heard Dr. Carney testify yesterday that the cause of death of Larry and Patricia Franklin both was caused by multiple blunt force traumas. You heard what the injuries were. I'm not going to go into those right now. Again, Mr. Sanders will go out there, and General Crouch is going to talk to you. I'm not going to go into those right now, but cause of death, multiple blunt force injuries caused by that automobile accident. So, we proved vehicular homicide. We have to prove that the proximate result of the killing was his intoxication. You heard her talk about, that's Agent Bramlett, all of the things that methamphetamine does to you. Poor impulse decisions, aggressive driving, aggressive behavior. It's hard to make decisions. Speeding aggressively. Out of Mr. McConaughey's own mouth, he told you he was doing 100 miles an hour. He told you, you heard him say, he went through that red light. And we saw the results. A crash that unfortunately killed people. That was his choice that day. His choice to not stop. His choice to not pull over. And his choice killed 2 people because he was high. Officer Taylor said, "I was high." You saw him in the restraint chair. You saw his actions. Special Agent April Bramlett told you what those actions were and what they were a result of. So we think, as the state, that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed vehicular homicide by intoxication. I think we've proven that, and we think you can find him guilty of that. Next, we go to evading arrest. When you go to evading arrest, again, you're going to get to hear all this 29 pages and all the lesser included. Evading arrest is a person who commits the offense of fleeing from or attempting to elude law enforcement while operating a motor vehicle. We have to prove the defendant was operating a motor vehicle on the street or highway in the state. If we've proven that. The defendant was operating the vehicle. While he was operating the vehicle, he received a signal from a law enforcement officer to bring the vehicle to a stop. You saw a video when Sergeant Taylor and Officer Jordan Coble with City of Waverly put out spike strips. You saw multiple body cams and multiple car cams. You saw Mr. McConaughey driving the silver pickup truck, and you also saw police officers with their blue lights on. That's an indication for you to stop. You're supposed to stop when the police put their lights on.
Yeah.
That after receiving such signal, the defendant, while operating such vehicle, fled or attempted to elude law enforcement. Well, he was doing 100 miles an hour with blue lights behind him and didn't stop. And that he acted intentionally. And they'll give you the definition of intentionally. You still all go through it. But you're driving. you're taking an intentional act. So we think
Yes.
we have proven evading arrest. Count 6, he's charged with driving under the influence. That's driving while you're intoxicated. That's the simple definition. I'm going to read the I like to be pretty simple if I can. Driving under the influence of an intoxicant such a point that you're impaired. I'm not going to reiterate, other than to remind you, he was 70 times what he might have been. That's impaired. Not going to over it again.
I
All
don't
of the
think anyone
things she
disputes
said
that he
does
was impaired.
for decisions, for impulses, all of those things. That's driving under the influence. Count 7, driving on a revoked license.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I've never used my laptop just to talk before. Was the charge actually vehicular homicide by intoxication?
I did not hear the charging statement. I was in the car.
No, I don't think they read it because he had said he was going to. Maybe I edited it out on accident, but I was looking for it and I didn't see it. There's like a bunch of charges, but
So it seems like there are, 8 or 11 charges, somewhere in that ballpark.
yeah, there's a bunch.
So, I mean, vehicular homicide due to intoxication is a separate charge from vehicular homicide clean.
The heading of it just said vehicular homicide. They were just really hammering home the drug use. And as I was listening to it, I was thinking, okay, but he ran the red light, he was speeding, like all these other things.
Yeah, but those are all infractions. Those are nothing.
But you still get in trouble for doing that, just like you're texting and driving, you get.
I know, but we're talking about the difference between a fine as opposed to incarceration.
When you kill someone?
Yeah, no, that should absolutely be incarceration. But what my point is, I think that he's trying to. This is my guess, and I can't read into his mind. It's like sweep the lesser includeds, or it's not even lesser included. Sweep the lesser stuff aside. Focus on the ones that actually matter.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe
So
it's a more severe penalty when it's by intoxication.
So think about it this way.
Instead of by negligence.
It's certainly a higher penalty if it's by intoxication, not a lesser.
That's what I meant. Okay, I said it backwards. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that the whole point is that they charge 14 things, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Half of those are, who cares, they're tickets. Let's focus on the things that actually are important. And I think that's where he's trying to stir the jury, because he doesn't want them to do kind of a horse race where they trade one charge for another.
Gotcha. Okay.
He wants the top ticket to stand.
I was just trying to figure out why he was hitting the drug use so hard.
He has to. He has to, because it's part of the charge.
You say hi? Say happy Turkey Day.
Hey,
say I'm a turkey. Say I'm a turkey.
Happy Thanksgiving.
I said turkey and Penny's ready to jump up. All right, here we go.
General Kraft, while he was questioning Sergeant Taylor, put in a copy of his driving record, showed he was driving on a revoked license. He wasn't even supposed to be driving. We think we've proven that through a certified copy of his driving record that shows he was revoked. Count 8. Possession or use of drug paraphernalia. And that's always a weird one to me, to be honest. When we try cases,
we argue.
We don't care about those lower charges. I'll go back over that. It's just kind of strange. Unlawfully use or possess with intent to use drug paraphernalia, to wit, hypodermic needles, digital scales, glass smoking pipe, baggie with white powder residue inside, We plant, propagate, cultivate, grow, harvest, manufacture, compound, convert, produce, process, compare, test, analyze, pack, repack, store, contain, conceal, inject, ingest, inhale, or otherwise introduce into the human body a controlled substance or controlled substance analog. That's a big old long definition for a pretty simple thing. You basically are using things to introduce drugs into your body. That's simple. Now, Sergeant Taylor even told you, my grandmother had some scales like that. In all my years of law enforcement, the only people that had digital scales riding around in their car are those people that are buying or selling. Make sure they don't get ripped off. That's why they do it. But something that I've never really paid attention to, and again, I'm not a reader, I'm more just a talker when I do this, but I thought this was interesting. I mean, there's a code section that talks about that. I read it to you. There's another code section that talks about, in case you have any questions, we had hypodermic needles, pipe. Sergeant Taylor told you it had a black mark, a couple of black marks on it where it was used to smoke methamphetamine, in his opinion. Then you had the scales used to measure. You had some baggies and the hypodermic needles. There's a code section that tells you that the court or other authority making the determination of whether a particular object is drug paraphernalia, you're the authority for that. That's you today. The last 2 days, you're the authority making this determination. You shall, in addition to all other logical factors, consider the following. Statements by the owner or anyone in control of the object concerning its use. We didn't have anybody talking about they were using pipes. In fact, if you remember, Mr. McConaughey kind of rambled around about it, but he admitted to using methamphetamine. He admitted to using methamphetamine before he drove, and he had a pipe, needles, baggies, and scale. You can logically make the decision that that's paraphernalia. You can also look at the existence of any residue of controlled substances or controlled substance analogs on the object. And then you can look at any other legitimate uses for it. So I suggest to you that we have proven that's drug paraphernalia. I've never spent that much time on a drug paraphernalia charge, to be honest. It kind of hit me when we were looking at that, thinking, this is a serious case, and some people may not think much about this, but this charge leads right along with his use of methamphetamine. And so I suggest to you we've proven beyond a reasonable doubt within all the evidence that these items were used or possessed to use for the purposes of using illegal narcotics, meaning methamphetamine. So then we go to the next, count 9, reckless endangerment. And we got 9 and 10 are reckless endangerment against Sergeant Taylor and Jordan Coble. Then we got a big legal definition. Defendant engaged in conduct which placed or might have placed another person, Officer Chris Taylor, in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury, and the defendant acted recklessly, and the offense was committed with a deadly weapon. So Judge, I'm going to read this to you. A motor vehicle is a deadly weapon.
It's going back to
that same definition goes to count 10, which is Jordan Coble. Hopefully I'm done reading all that for y'all. But Sergeant Taylor testified that he was scared he was going to get hit. He was scared to death he was going to get hit. You saw Jordan Coble turn around and run. You saw his car cam, you saw Chris Taylor's car cam and body cam. You saw Jordan Coble's car cam and body cam. You heard Sergeant Taylor testify, but I was getting out of the way because he came rolling at me. And I thought in 5 or 6 seconds that the best place to be might be behind the car, so he hits it instead of me. You saw Jordan Coble waiting, run almost into the lake. We got a guy going 100 miles an hour by his own testimony who goes from fast lane to the slow lane, as we call it, onto the rumble strips. And we had that picture of Jordan Coble's car cam, and you see his car in the hood of Jordan Coble's patrol car. Again, it's called reckless endangerment.
Sorry, I just have to add really quick. Did anybody catch when the officer was testifying and they were talking about the rumble strips on the side of, the little when you run off the road? He called them road farts on the stand.
I did not see that.
I was chopping something and I couldn't say anything at the time, but I had to stop and make sure that was really the detective talking and it wasn't like Austin Slacker, jumping in, because that sounds like something he would say. But yes, that's what he.
I mean, okay.
It's now an official testimony.
In fairness, how do you describe the sound of a tire going over a spike strip? It's not unreasonable.
Whoosh. I don't know.
He was recklessly driving at that moment, put him in fear of his life. And I suggest you put the fear in Jordan Coble based on his actions. So we think we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of the crimes that we have charged Mr. McConaughey with. A few more things, without trying to be too long-winded. Danger when you give a lawyer a microphone. You tend to talk too long. You heard Paul Rice, an eyewitness to this. We want to talk about that vehicular homicide. Remember what Paul Rice said. When he went by me, my truck shook.
So those are independent charges.
We've all been on the interstate, driving down the road, 18-wheeler go blowing by you, and if you're in a small car, it'll vibrate. That's nerve-wracking in of itself. When you look in your rearview mirror and see somebody bearing down on you, flying, he goes around you and shakes your car, think about how fast he was going. And then what did Paul Rice see? An explosion. That's his words, not mine. An explosion that knocked parts and pieces of cars 25 to 30 feet in the air. Most people have been in auto accidents. Some people in more severe auto accidents than others.
I think he's leading into this.
But I dare say,
I don't think he needs that.
pieces going 25 to 30 feet in the air. A Tahoe SUV being pushed over 100 feet.
That's my opinion.
Because he made a choice to drive intoxicated. He made the choice
That's the actual
to drive under the influence of methamphetamine 70 times that minimal level she talked about. You know who didn't have a choice? Larry and Patricia Franklin. February 10th, 40-degree day, sunny. They're crossing Highway 70, something probably all of y'all have done 100 times, if not more. Minding their own business. and they get T-boned
I don't like
by a
this
vehicle,
argument.
stolen vehicle,
It's effective.
doing
I just
100 miles an hour. And as Dr. Carney talked about, instantly kills them, knocks them 180. Tragic, but we think we have proven each and every element of the crimes that we have charged Mr. McConaughey with beyond a reasonable doubt. And we think if you look at each and every piece of evidence
that you don't need to
that's
prove.
been introduced, and that you, the witnesses you've heard, that you will return a verdict of guilty against Mr. McConaughey. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sanders?
I think that was
Ladies and gentlemen, I likewise want to thank you for your time and attention in hearing this case these last 2 days. It is most sad and most unfortunate in every aspect of those words that you can think of. We've heard about a police chase that spanned 3 counties, Carroll and Benton, and into Humphreys County.
I think he's not charged for the theft because the theft occurred in Carroll County. So it's Carroll, then Benton, then Humphreys.
all right. So, as attorney to a layperson, let me ask you: why would you end your closing argument on the one act that you did not charge? How does that make sense?
None of that closing made sense to me.
I think that was an absolute like hodgepodge of the point of a closing is that's your point, that's your opportunity to crystallize all of the evidence into a single theory. So why would you end on a case that you could maybe actually occurred and did come up in the evidence? Because that was the GTA was the first witness, if I recall correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And so why would you
or second?
Why would you close your argument with the one thing you didn't charge?
You're right. He was definitely all over the place. I think he was. He says he doesn't prepare, but I almost got the feeling like he knows. Hey, this dude's a POS, so I'm just gonna sit up here and talk to you because that's what I have to do to make it look like I'm trying. But you guys know he's a piece of shit. So just
well, and again, I believe the guy's guilty as sin, but that doesn't relieve you from some sort of professionalism.
If he gets the win, it does.
I would hope that we aspire to a higher standard than we do just enough to convict the guy, as opposed to actually laying it out appropriately. I would hope that we stand to that standard, but maybe I don't know. Tennessee has different.
Pretty sure it's not just Tennessee. It's like small towns, central Tennessee, like no big towns around. Like all the big cities are off to the sides. It's not.
I know, but like I said, I'm speaking to this as a lawyer, and I would expect more from my colleagues.
Yeah.
I was. Obviously, he won because it's a fantastic fact case. There's no way he loses. I would prefer.
I just wish they had dash cam of the whole chase. I mean,
yeah.
Who doesn't have dash cam these days? A lot of these smaller police agencies still don't have dash cam, believe it or not.
I do believe it.
Crazy. All right. You good?
Yep.
All right. So the defense attorney apparently goes on for a very long time because this video has a lot left in it, and that's all that's left.
All right.
At times with law enforcement and Mr. McConaughey's automobiles traveling at outrageous speeds. It's unfortunate that a decision was made to pursue and create a chase that day, and that it wasn't stopped and ended early, because it tragically and senselessly took the lives of two innocent people. That's not in dispute. There's no way to dispute or refute those facts. However, just as the DA's office has talked about justice for this family, Mr. McConaughey likewise, deserves justice in this case, and that being a fair trial for you all. And setting aside, any personal feelings that you have, and applying the law to the facts of this case. There were 2 counts in the indictment that General Hornick did not go over with you. And I will go over those with you in turn. But
we're walking.
As to the first 2 counts in the indictment, being vehicular homicide due to the proximate causation of Mr. McConaughey's intoxication.
No, stop, please.
Judge Wolf will instruct you about the definition of proximate cause and what that means. That's a legal term of art that lawyers use, that his intoxication must have been the proximate cause of this car crash, that there wasn't another proximate cause for it. Another way to think about that is but for the defendant's intoxication, this car crash would not have happened.
I'm not going to do this on your channel, but I'm going to have to go
So
scream.
for that to be the case, you must recall that there were high rates of speed involved in this crash. There was the deployment of a spike strip, which, as Officer Taylor testified to, those are intended to alter the way a vehicle operates and to hopefully stop it. So when it punctures tires, it affects the ability to control that vehicle and how it's going to operate. So if you find that the spike strip or the speeding or the reckless driving of Mr. McConaughey was the proximate cause of this, as opposed to his intoxication, you have to find him not guilty of counts 1 and count 2. Just because he is found not guilty.
Okay, last time I'll interrupt unless John has an aneurysm, and then we might have to do something. Oh, hold on. I can do something about that in just a minute. So a lot of you may have missed the very beginning, and one of the first things that happened was the defense attorney was arguing to get in this argument about it wasn't really proximate cause when he was arguing it, but the contributory nature of what the law enforcement did, because there's a civil loss. I muted you. You have to unmute yourself. I know, damn me. Because there's a civil lawsuit going on, and in that lawsuit, he was saying that, well, it's the officer's fault. They were chasing me, and they were, they failed to block off the intersection. And okay.
So to explain the difference, and he's mangling the two. You have actual cause or cause in fact, and then you have proximate cause, which is legal cause. So you have to kind of have both, but that's generally speaking a civil standard. And I don't know why he's bringing up a civil standard in a criminal trial. But set that all aside. Actual cause is, I don't know, if I throw something at you and hit you, that is actual cause. If, I don't know, what's a good example of proximate?
If you do something, and if I said, no, throw me something. I actually saw a case once that was a guy who was tossing a beer can at his friend.
Yeah.
And he got hit in the head. I mean, that wasn't the proximate cause.
Maybe
So
that would be the actual
a
cause
good
and
example of
proximate.
proximate
Usually the two
cause
go
is,
together.
Mhm.
But let's take this example exactly. Okay. So, but why are we using civil terms in a criminal trial?
Well, that's the thing is he tried to get this in. He was trying very hard to get this in. And the judge told him no. And the only way he could get it in is through his closing argument.
Right, because those are civil standards. Those are not criminal standards. Criminal standards are, this is the law. These are the things you cannot do. If you do them, you're guilty. We're done. We don't have to deal with that. When it comes to civil torts, you have to have a duty, you have to have causation, you have to have a breach of that duty, and you have to have damage.
And none of that applies in this case, but he still wanted to.
Actual and proximate cause does not apply in the criminal context. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
So like Michael Furberger says.
Yeah.
That's all you can do. So
I mean, I tried to give that, but she muted me. But I don't know. I don't understand why he's
I want to hear the goat scream, not a John scream. Just saying.
Well, I can do a goat scream.
Yeah, muddying the waters. I think that's a good way.
Yeah,
You get one juror that's kind of, anti-law enforcement that says, yeah, why were the cops chasing them? They shouldn't have been. That's going to dig their heels in. And
but you're literally you're applying civil standards to a criminal trial.
Yes, and
which
some people
generally should work
spaghetti at the wall to see if it
defendant.
sticks.
This is bullshit. I'm sorry for lack of a better term.
No, I think shit is acceptable at this point in time.
I don't. I would have objected to him implying improper standards.
Yeah, I really don't think they care at this point. I mean, he ended his closing on.
Again, I know he's guilty of sin. I don't care about that. I'm talking about the integrity of the legal system.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
It's Middle Tennessee. Different standards.
Those counts does not mean that you do, as the jury,
you think
not have other counts that you can consider that meet the elements of the offense in this case. Looking at counts 3 and 4, those were the two counts that General Hornick did not talk with you about. Counts 3 and 4, Mr. McConaughey is charged with unlawfully, recklessly, and feloniously killing Mr. Larry Franklin in count 3 and Miss Patricia Franklin in count 4 by operation of a motor vehicle in a way that created a substantial risk or death or serious bodily injury in violation of the statute. So in your mind, you have to determine what caused this accident. Was it his reckless behavior?
No,
his speeding? Whatever you determine to be reckless in that case, his choice to not stop when told to stop, or was it the intoxication? I submit to you that this chase lasted over 3 counties, approximately.
No, I'm sorry. This is wrong. This is not how the standard operates. When you're in a criminal trial, yes, in a civil trial, you deal with causation. That is one of the elements of a tort, which is a civil violation, which is a civil wrong to another human being. When you're talking about criminal law, the actual standard, which he is misrepresenting, is that Jesus Christ. I'm going to let it play, but I'm going to find the actual freaking statute.
30 miles, and you in your mind have to determine if that length of a drive are the actions of an intoxicated individual, or if they're the actions of an individual who's acting extremely reckless. Judge Wolf will also instruct you as to lesser included offenses
Wait,
of
no,
that
no, no,
count.
no. I'm
Which will-
sorry. I have to pause that again.
by the defense so that the record is
I
complete.
screwed up.
Marked vehicle up there.
Where were we?
There was debris on both sides of the 4 lane and
I screwed up, Meg. I'm sorry. Where were we? I was trying to pause it and I misclicked. That's my fault.
Wolf will instruct you about the definition of proximate cause. A motor vehicle.
All right. So this is where we get back to it. Proximate cause is a.
Is that the right thought?
Proximate cause. Yeah, I think that's about right. I apologize. I was trying to hit the pause button, and unfortunately, I hit the line.
I'm docking your pay.
That's fine. I deserve that. But yeah, he keeps going back to proximate cause. That is not a criminal term. That is purely a civil term. There is no such thing as proximate cause when it comes to a criminal statute. So let's put it this way. I don't know, hypothetical. I don't know, what? Swing a bat at a lamppost. It falls down, causes someone to trip. They get angry and stab somebody. Was I a proximate cause of that? Maybe. Was I a cause in fact of that? Probably not. I mean, this is the issue of causation, is that when it comes to criminal statutes, causation is presumed because A led to B, and then we go to the analysis of the mental state of the individual. We know what happened. We know how it happened. We don't really care why it happened. So him bringing in proximate cause into a criminal trial is entirely inappropriate, and I actually probably would have objected to that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why they didn't.
I'm not sure why they don't, unless, I mean, obviously they know they win anyway. I mean, this is like a Hail Mary.
Which it probably is.
It probably is. I agree with you on that. But it's not appropriate to bring civil standards into a criminal trial, particularly on closing arguments.
Well,
That's
let's see
not
where
the right standard.
Let's see where he takes it from there.
Oh God, is it going to get worse?
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
So
a way that created a substantial risk or death, or serious bodily injury in violation of the statute. So in your mind, you have to determine what caused this accident. Was it his reckless behavior, his speeding, whatever you determine to be reckless in that case, his choice to not stop when told to stop, or was it the intoxication? I submit to you that this chase lasted over 3 counties, approximately 30 miles, and you in your mind have to determine if that length of a drive are the actions of an intoxicated individual, or if they're the actions of an individual who's acting extremely reckless. Judge Wolf will also instruct you as to lesser included offenses of that count, which will include criminally negligent homicide, and you all will go through those elements. I know that you will, and determine which of those fits. You know, I want to point out some things that I think we didn't hear, that you didn't hear, that we just don't know. Officer Taylor testified that no field sobriety tests were performed on Mr. McConaughey at the time of the crash. Those are routinely done in these types of cases so that we all know exactly at that moment what was the driver's condition. What was his condition at that moment? We don't know the answer to that question.
How the fuck could you?
Mr. McConaughey was taken to the hospital
I told you I'd be.
as a result of this car crash, and we don't know anything about what happened to him at the hospital. We don't know what medical condition,
methamphetamine
if
at the
any,
hospital.
he had as a result of this. We don't know what, if any, medications he was prescribed because of any injury he sustained. And we simply don't know anything about a concussion or anything that could possibly explain some of those behaviors that General Hornick pointed out in his remarks. Those are things that we just don't know.
Yeah.
And I submit all of those.
Let's ignore the needles that we're
Doubt
playing around the.
in your minds as to whether or not the
Let's ignore
intoxication
the obvious
caused
needle and throw a
this
haystack
accident,
on it.
or whether it was reckless and or negligent behavior.
Did I miss something? Who's complaining?
I didn't see anything.
You know, you heard from Mr. McConaughey briefly on the video.
Yeah.
You heard him testify that he's in his 20s. He has 5 children. And he made a decision that day that will affect him for the rest of his life. Just like it's going to affect the Franklin family for the rest of their lives. However, setting those things aside, you have to apply the facts that you heard to the law in this case. And I submit to you that when you do, a more appropriate verdict in this case, if you find him guilty, would be that of the reckless version of this vehicular homicide as opposed to the intoxication, because I submit to you the proximate cause of this crash was not his intoxication. We have speeding and we had reckless driving and we had a high-speed police pursuit chase, which resulted in these 2 deaths. And I would ask you to return a verdict consistent with those facts. Thank you.
Got it now.
General Crouch?
All right. If you really want to argue approximate cause,
He's just trying to get him a lesser charge because he knows he's getting convicted of something.
yeah, but at this stage of the game, negotiation power is.
Mr. Sanders is a great lawyer. He and I are friends.
Did it at the same time.
We will continue to be friends even after what I'm about to say. But my job is to rebut his closing argument, and I'm going to.
Yep.
Let's start out with this. Mr. Sanders says that this police chase went 3 counties. Law enforcement was traveling at outrageous speeds, and that, quote, it was unfortunate that a decision to pursue was made that day, which resulted in the death of victims. He said that's not
You're right. It's the fault of the people trying to apprehend the suspect.
That is in dispute. Not only is it in dispute, that's just absolutely wrong. The decision that was made that day by the defendant sitting at this table was to smoke a pipe full of methamphetamine and get behind the wheel of a car.
That's exactly the argument.
And ram another car.
What was
Mr. Guy,
impetus?
who called the police,
Legit.
who attempted to stop the defendant. So, in all the but-for and proximate cause language that you've heard, the legalese, none of this would have happened but for him smoking meth out of a pipe. None of this.
Well,
none of you would be here today had he not been high on methamphetamine.
Yes.
Let's not make this something that it's not. This is not about the police doing their job. This is about the defendant's choices to smoke meth and drive at outrageous speeds. And there's been no testimony that the law enforcement officers were driving at outrageous speeds. Let's think about the testimony of Mr. Rice. He sat right there and told you that law enforcement arrived some 30 to 45 seconds after the collision. Why did it take them 30 to 45 seconds to get there? Because they were driving at a slower rate of speed. They had to go through multiple intersections to get to this intersection, which meant that they slowed down as they went through these intersections. Who did not slow down? That man. He chose not to slow down. He went through the intersection at 100 miles per hour,
Jeez.
causing an explosion of cars. 100 miles an hour. It shook Mr. Rice's car. It went by so fast. Mr. Rice said he saw in his rearview mirror the blue lights coming towards him at Walmart. This was not some bumper-to-bumper chase. They were following the defendant, as their jobs require them to do. But why were they even following him? Because he had already rammed somebody, Mr. Roberts, in Carroll County, and was putting the lives of numerous citizens in danger as he rocketed towards Waverly.
Rocketed.
Let's look at a couple of the video clips just to show you what happened.
There's entertainment.
Look how far behind. These are all exhibits that you can use when you go back to deliberate. Look how far back law enforcement officers are from the defendant. That's no bumper-to-bumper chase. They're following him. You should expect law enforcement to follow a criminal who has committed a crime, an ongoing crime. This guy just blew through the front of Waverly High School. It was 1:51 p.m. Think if it had been 2:30. Oh no, we're just going to let somebody rocket through the town of Waverly. We're not going to turn on our blue lights. We're just going to let him buzz on through.
So earlier there was a bit of discussion before you got on about police chases and if they've gotten less frequent and things like that. And one of the comments that was made is they're unnecessary 100% of the time. And I tend to agree that they're unnecessary the majority of the time. But some of the ones I've been watching lately where like that, going 100 miles an hour in front of a school that, you know, just complete and utter disregard for human life.
I mean, it goes a step further.
And obvious an impairment. Sorry.
No, go ahead. My point is, I would go a step further because the standard, let's say, for a fleeing felon is yes, you can use lethal force if they are potentially endangering the officers or other citizens. So in that sort of circumstance, part of the issue that I hear is, oh, well, you know, you just find them later because you have their license plate, you know where they live, blah, blah, blah. How hard is it to unscrew one license plate and put another on?
Yeah, like even that doctor from St. Pete,
Yeah.
the plastic surgeon, he had a license plate flipper.
Yeah.
I guess they flip them back and forth to change.
So it honestly, it to me, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, the reality is that the license plate is not a be-all and end-all way to actually find a suspect at the end of the day.
No, not at all.
I mean,
but
you can rip a license plate off of somebody next to you in a parking garage,
yeah,
put it on yours, and you know what? Fine. If you get away from the cops, they show up at their place as opposed to yours.
But I mean, even when they legitimately know who's in the car, say there's a traffic stop and they flee from the traffic stop and, you know, they've got their driver's license, they've identified them, whatever. Even in that case, when they're being reckless and they're a danger to the community, like
you have an obligation to protect the community.
Yeah, and I
And I think Jonathan gave a fantastic breakdown a couple hours ago of how it actually operates by percentages of people who are injured by chases. But the reality is, if you just decide to let them go and, I don't know, show up at wherever the license is registered to,
What are the chances you're actually going to find them?
they're not going to be there.
Yeah. So
So
you have to weigh how serious the offense is.
in this circumstance, I think the offense was serious enough.
Yeah, and he had a warrant, and he was impaired, and he was in a stolen vehicle. Yeah. I actually read the Hillsborough Sheriff's Department's chase procedures the other day. Somebody FOIA'd them and posted them online. And you are required to have both lights and sirens through the entire duration of a chase.
Sure.
So he had just mentioned something about them following him. If they do not have their lights and sirens on, they're generally not engaged in a chase, and it's just surveillance. It's not an actual pursuit.
Okay.
I've heard that on LA.
That has virtually no legal significance, but that might be police policy, and I think it's a good policy because it warns other drivers that there is something in pursuit so that they don't end up casualty.
Get the hell out of the way.
Exactly.
Like when the helicopter's got the night sun right down on the car, you see a big car illuminated next to you, you kind of need to get away from it.
Yeah, maybe I just pull off to the side and let things happen.
Maybe. I don't know.
It would almost be criminal for them not to follow, knowing what had happened in Carroll County. Look at the next slide. How close the defendant came to hitting Jordan Cogle's car. This white object here is the front of Jordan Cogle's car. And that's the defendant driving this truck. That is reckless endangerment at 100 miles an hour. Go to the next slide. It's going to be 35 seconds where I'm not going to say a word.
This is actually very smart.
What is it signifying?
The amount of time, and it causes you to understand that. See how he closes with it.
As a public speaker, that is an awkwardly long silence.
I'm like, I got to fill that with something. What are we talking
What
about?
you've heard in this case is testimony from the witness stand, Mr. Price, that it was 35 to 45 seconds before law enforcement arrived on that scene, the vehicles that were following the defendant. Well, they weren't right on him, chasing him through that intersection. You saw how long 35 seconds was? That's how long it took them to arrive on the scene, according to the eyewitness. This was no close chase through. This was the law enforcement officers following him through as you should expect them to do so. Not only did he say it was 35 to 45 seconds, he clearly stated that the Franklins had a green light. So let's be clear about that too. The defendant chose to rocket through town around Mr. Price, Mr. Rice, and through the intersection. Go to the next slide, please.
But again, that's the impact that you want on is sit there and think about how long 35 seconds can actually.
The large diagram of the crash, which you can also take into the jury room. This
was our witness. And he accurately described how the defendant chose to veer into the turn lane, chose to go through this intersection and knock into Franklin's vehicle 108 feet. Think about what Agent Bramlage testified to: aggressive driving, impulse control, speed. This is 100 miles an hour. Thinking, pumped full of methamphetamine, thinking you can make it. Blow past this car into this intersection. That's no impulse control at all. That is aggressive driving. That is methamphetamine fueling his decisions, pumping through his blood. He can do anything. He's a rocket.
This is a great closing.
What's the next slide?
As a rebuttal closing.
Just briefly, I know Mr. Hornick's already talked about these instructions, but this is the instruction the judge will give you about intoxication and impairment. Under the influence of intoxicant covers not only all the well-known and easily recognized conditions and degrees of intoxication. I kind of hinted at that through some witnesses earlier. Well-known, we all think of the public drunk. Somebody who's just a slob behind the wheel of their car, passed out, smelling like alcohol. Those are the well-known forms of intoxication. It's not the only form.
And everyone with me knows that I'm a defense
Also,
attorney.
any mental or physical condition which is the result of taking an intoxicant and or a controlled substance, methamphetamine, in any form which deprives one of the clearness of mind and control of oneself which would otherwise possess. Does this represent someone with clearness of mind? No. This is an impaired mind. Someone who is 70 times pumped full of the therapeutic dose of methamphetamine. This is not clearness of mind. This is someone at 100 miles per hour not thinking clearly. Why are they not thinking clearly? Because of the use of methamphetamine. Ladies and gentlemen, that is impairment. That is impairment in its most basic form. Unable to make the decision to pull over when the blue lights are on. Unable to make the decision to come to a stop at a red light. Making the irrational decision of going into the turn lane and through a red light. Those are all signs of impairment. Impairment by what? Methamphetamine. Listen to this video clip.
Do you recollect what happened here in Waverly? The director, somebody, I couldn't see him. I didn't know if they were trying. I know you couldn't see him. So I've reconstructed the crash and everything. So I know from reconstructing from witnesses and everybody that was at the intersection of what happened there. Do you know how fast you were going? About 100. About 100. That's what I estimated at.
From his own mouth, about 100 miles per hour. Did you also catch what else he said? He couldn't see them. He couldn't see the Franklins. He wasn't going to see the Franklins because he was going to blow through that intersection and did not care. Why didn't he care? Because he was impaired. He was pumped full of methamphetamines. He had no care.
That's the definition of reckless.
Agent Bramlage said aggressiveness. Aggressiveness. What's the next slide?
Was you drinking the day of the crash? Yeah, but I wasn't drunk. Okay. About how many beers do you think you had that day? Two or three beers. Those Bud Lights, the Platinums, or just Bud Light regular Platinums? Methamphetamine. When was the last time you used that? I don't know. It was that day. That day.
Let's talk about two things in that slide. He said he had 2 or 3 platinum beers, but he wasn't drunk. And that's correct. You even heard testimony that there was no alcohol in the system. It had already metabolized out. But what had not metabolized out? Methamphetamine. And you can hear him state in his own words, he used methamphetamine that day. How do we know he used methamphetamine? His admission, and it's in his blood, 1.4 micrograms, 70 times the therapeutic level. According to Bramlage, an extremely high level impairment. All of these things are showing you the impairment. Next slide.
I was running, right? And I just kept going. I hear you. I hear you call the cops and just kept going. All right? Couldn't stop.
Out of his own mouth. I was running. Just kept going. I knew he would call the cops, referring to Mr. Guy, Robert Guy, which Mr. Guy did. I just kept going. I didn't stop. All of these things have been proven through the testimony, the direct testimony, the circumstantial evidence. He wasn't going to stop. He knew the cops were behind him. He knew Mr. Guy was going to call the cops. He never intended to stop. He was a rocket. Did not stop.
Not one time did I let up off the gas.
Not one time did I let up all the gas. Not one time. Think about that. Would anybody, Mr. Sanders argues this thing stretched 29 miles. How many of us could drive 29 miles never letting off the gas pedal? That is impairment, ladies and gentlemen.
I think he's overplayed.
To drive 29 miles with never taking your foot off the gas. That's not only impairment, it's endangerment, reckless endangerment.
You already have reckless.
The witnesses said that, I guess this is what I need to know. The witnesses said there was 4 cars in the lane in front of you. And you went around the turning lane. Yes, that's what they're saying. So, yeah. Whenever I went through the turning lane, they turned out.
Listen to that. I went through the turning lane because it was open. Saw the turning lane was open. Then he says, but they turned out and I hit them. They didn't turn out. They were following the law. Why? Because they were sober. They were law-abiding citizens, going 12 miles an hour or so. This is not their fault. This is not the police officer's fault. It's his fault, the defendant's fault. He did this. He did every one of these actions, all of them, from that morning all the way through the collision.
Yeah.
You want to see somebody that's impaired and meets the description of everything that Agent Bramlett testified to? Look at this video. Look at his feet. I'm playing it with no sound.
Michael, you're absolutely correct. And yes, correct. Generic is dextroamphetamine.
He's in a restraining chair. Which one of you, if you want to talk about impairment, this is just right after the crash, right after he's guilty. If you think he's not impaired, how many of you would transplant him from that shot and put him behind the wheel of a car like that? When you think about it in that context, you know how impaired he is. He can't drive. This guy was loaded up on methamphetamine. Would you put that behind the wheel of a car and allow him to leave here today? Absolutely not, because he's impaired. I'm almost finished.
So I'm not a doctor, but as a general premise, dextroamphetamine is a slower release of the amphetamine group, whereas methamphetamine, literally any chemical can basically take it off of it and it has its effect. So that's why one is therapeutic and the other is a
Well, she was
recreational.
talking about the dosage levels.
Well, I don't think any doctor can prescribe meth.
She didn't distinguish. And I thought I remembered hearing in a prior hearing that when it was the corrections officer hearing, when you break it down, there's 3 different types of amphetamines that all look the same in a toxicology test.
Correct, because the metabolites are going to be the same.
Yes. And it was like prescribed amphetamines for ADHD, narcolepsy, things like that.
So to answer at this point, do they usually have different isomers? Potentially, but that's not what standard testing is based upon. It's based upon ultimately not isomers, because isomers is not the right term. It's metabolites. It's what comes actually out of the body after it's been processed. And generally speaking, they look fairly similar. And so modern testing, if you go to high grade testing, you can differentiate them, but a standard urinalysis is probably not going to pick up between the two.
So what I thought was interesting is she was talking about the amphetamine having effects on your system for 8 hours with the drug meth. Whereas like Adderall, because she was talking about the crash after that period of time, then you have this crash.
Right.
That, unless you're on an extended release version, you usually get 4 hours before the crash.
For Adderall?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take your word for that. But I think that the point at the end of the day. Okay, so I'm going to need to know what you mean by isomer, because when I understand isomer, that's a totally different thing in chemistry.
They used the term, what did you say, metabolites?
Yeah.
Metabolite? That's the term they used in the last trial.
So an isomer is literally the difference between hydrogen 1 and hydrogen 2. That's the difference between basic hydrogen and deuterium.
Yeah.
So I'm curious how you use that term in your industry. But yeah, so as a metabolite aspect, I mean, whether it's dextroamphetamine or whether it's straight methamphetamine, the issue is going to be the rate of absorption by the body. And I'm not a doctor, I'm just a lawyer, but I have worked in medical malpractice before, so I know a little bit about this stuff. And yeah, I can understand why they might confuse the two, but it's not an excuse. That was the one point that I was trying to make.
Well, I think it's the quantities too. I mean, the quantities that were in his system.
Well, that's what you're saying. It's like it's 70
ridiculous.
times. If it's 70 times the amphetamine, then dextro over the course of 4. I mean, you have to talk about the half-life of the drug, because dextro is going to be metabolized slower than meth is. Yeah, so that's kind of the difference. Anyway.
So he should have still been.
Oh, he was still impaired. Either way.
Hours and hours and hours later because of the quantity,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Absolutely. All right, I'll let you hit my.
We do know, Mr. Sanders made an argument about, we don't know what all was in his blood in the hospital. Well, he's taken to the hospital for the blood draw. We know what was in his blood, ladies and gentlemen. Metabolites of marijuana. methamphetamine and amphetamine. That's what's indisputable. There's no doubt. That's indisputable. That was what was in his blood. You can see the blood results. They're an exhibit for you to look at. So no doubt about that. I want to shift the focus as I wrap this up back to the really important issue here.
Sorry, I have to do this one more time and I will let it go. No, amphetamine itself does not exist. It has to be attached to something, otherwise it's not stable. So whether it's a methylene group or whether it is a sugar group in the circumstance of deoxymethamphetamine, either way, amphetamine itself does not exist in a stable state. So go back to Orgo. Sorry, I know this is your show and you don't want to,
The Franklins.
but I have to maintain my integrity.
You saw a horrible photo during this trial of what he did to them. Look at this awesome photo. I'm not going to show that horrible photo again because I know it's all burned in our minds. It will be mine forever. How did this photo turn into the other one? Well, I'll tell you how. I brought this little bottle rocket left over from 4th of July. My son loves it. It's 12 years old. This is kind of the best example I can give you of the defendant on that photo. I've been calling him Rocket. Here's why. When he smoked that methamphetamine, he lit that fuse. You've all seen a rocket take off. They just blast until they burn out. They either burn out or they explode. Just imagine that. You light it and it goes one speed as hard as it can go until it explodes. And that's exactly what this man did on February the 10th of 2021. He lit that fuse and he burned it across the bridge and all the way into Waverly and exploded into this family here. Now, he's no bottle rocket. Here's his rocket. And this is his fuel. This is the pipe, and this is the fuel. You light the fuse of methamphetamine, and that's what you get. That's what happened. This man here smoked this pipe with the methamphetamine inside of this bag that was there. We know it's in his blood. And he killed his family. That's vehicular homicide by code. I'd ask you to return a verdict of guilty on each and every one of these cases.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard all of the arguments and had all the evidence presented to you. The only other thing that will be my final instructions, which we're in the process of preparing. I would instruct you again not to discuss this case or talk about it amongst yourselves until after I've given you my final set of instructions and you retire to deliberate. In the meantime, we'll take a lunch recess until 1:30. When you return a little before 1:30, go to the jury room, then I'll read you the instructions and you can begin your deliberation. We'll be in recess until that time.
Can you bleed more?
So there you have it.
Well, I said, that's probably the
Closing arguments for.
Oh, yeah, they get regurgitated.
I know they are.
We didn't regurg, yeah, regurg. It took me a minute, I was like, yeah, I knew exactly the commercial. Oh my God. What did you say? Betty on your arm.
I was just going to mute the court because it's too hard to listen over the chatter. So, what are your thoughts? I mean, obviously we know what the outcome is going to be, but I only had the opportunity to watch about half of it. And that was a 1-day trial, which is kind of surprising given the
Two.
circumstances. Or 2-day trial.
But they didn't start arguments until halfway through the first day. I guess it was a little late getting started or something, and then
The whole thing was a fight over whether they would bring the civil suit
yeah,
in. What was the outcome of the civil suit? I guess we don't know.
I emailed you the complaint, and then the order that you read. It's the last thing that happened. They told him he had to pay $350 or something like that. So I imagine he couldn't come up with the money to pay the filing fees.
Okay.
Because he asked for a waiver of the fees.
But that was on the.
It was January 2023. That was the last action in the case.
But that was the appeal, right?
No, this case just happened within the last month.
Okay.
That was the civil suit.
I found the wrong one. Can you throw it in the private chat to the complaint?
Yeah. So there's a chunk of jury instructions. It's about 45 minutes worth.
And I hate jury instructions, so we can either do with it or do without it. But there's nothing to comment on the jury instructions. We already know what the law is.
Okay. Well, I'll skip forward through it. I had left it in because I wasn't I hadn't seen the whole trial. I had only watched bits and pieces of it. So
Generally speaking, the jury instructions they're standard. It's called the PGI. It's pattern jury instructions, and 9 times out of 10, you just agree on them.
okay, so here is the verdict, folks. And I actually do have, never mind. Here.
I gave you the example at one point, and we have some new people here, where they would bring up like a deck of cards, and they would just pull out which ones are relevant to the case, and like, everyone go with this? And everyone's like, yep, and then we move on. Unless there's something particular about the case.
Yeah. And I didn't know what the charges even were at that point.
10
Yeah,
charges,
I
that's
really
gonna be a
did-
lot of jury instructions.
I hate watching jury instructions when I know what's going on, but because I can't see the docket in this case, I didn't really know what was happening until I watched the whole thing with you guys, because I try not to watch the whole thing ahead of time if I'm going to do it live so I can see
Oh
it.
yeah, and Meg, by all means, I'm not trying to.
I don't enjoy them. I don't.
I don't think anyone does. But like Debbie said, it's your channel. I'm just here for the ride.
No problem. John is just
I've lost count since we
super
lost two of
detailed.
you. This is everyone. All right, thank you. You may be seated.
That's why Schedule 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the indicator.
By what?
That's why meth is Schedule 2 narcotic, because there are potentially therapeutic uses.
All right. No talking during the verdict. Here we go. I know it's hard.
Been able to reach a verdict. So if the foreman or poor lady will stand and let me go over the verdict form with you. As to count 1 of the indictment as to the charge of vehicular homicide by intoxication, how do you find the defendant, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, vehicular homicide by intoxication, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, vehicular homicide by reckless conduct, do you, by recklessness, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Count 4, as to reckless homicide or vehicular homicide by recklessness, you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Count 5 on the charge of evading arrest, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Count 6 on the charge of driving under the influence, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Count 7 of the indictment on the charge of driving a revoked license, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Count 8 on the charge of unlawful use or possession of drug paraphernalia, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Count 9 on the charge of reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
And count 10 on the charge of reckless endangerment by deadly weapon, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will signify by raising your hand if this is your unanimous verdict of all 12 of you. If you will raise your hand, let the record reflect that it is a unanimous verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long couple of days, and I know that you've given this a lot of thought. I know it's not been a pleasant case for you to try. I want you to know that on behalf of everyone that's involved in the case, we appreciate your attention and giving it your best efforts to do your job. We appreciate the fact that we've taken you away from your families for a couple of days, but just know that you have our thanks and that the justice system cannot operate without you and folks like you who are willing to dedicate part of your life for that. The good news is that concludes your jury service, and you're now no longer eligible. You don't have to worry about serving for 2 years. So if you will, please, you can exit. Any of you who'd like to talk to any of the lawyers or discuss anything about this case, you can wait around. The lawyers would love to talk to you. If you want to, you're not required to do that. You may go on about your business. It's Friday afternoon. But if you want to go through
And by the way,
jury room
we
and
actually
turn in your
do
badges
love
and,
talking to the
then
jurors
leave that
after
original
the
form
verdicts.
with me, if you will, please. I need the original charge and the original form. All right. Thank you. You may go.
If you need a work note, if y'all hang out downstairs for just a few minutes, as soon as I'm able, I'll get down there.
I'll meet you
Yes,
down
sir. Thank you.
It's the same lady that signed it.
You're muted, Meg. Meg, yeah.
Got it. Sorry. So that's pretty much all there is. They go on for a couple more minutes, but sentencing is not today. So sentencing is actually 4 hours long. I was going to throw it in here until I looked and saw how long it was and said, nope, not today, folks.
Nah, I mean, practically speaking, there's going to be a lot of victim statements, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know what's in it. Sentencing was just a couple days ago, like this past week, and the whole
Well, maybe we already have an
trial
appeal. We know he's
was
sentenced.
within the past month. So,
Well, do you want to pull up his stupid appeal?
that's not an appeal. That's not an appeal. It's a separate lawsuit against the city of Waverly. I talked about it in the beginning.
Hang on.
So I think there's 3 lawsuits total, or 3 court actions total. There's this one, the criminal case. There's the civil action filed by the family against him. And then there is the civil action filed by him against the city of Waverly. And that's where he alleges that the cops were at fault for chasing him.
Okay. All right. So you want to unpack some of that from a legal perspective?
Yeah. Hold on.
All right.
Let me go back here real quick because words.
All right. So here we go.
Oh.
Or if you want, I can just pull up the actual document and I can share screen.
Okay. This was the just the allegation part in the response. Oh.
Either way.
In the
You tell me. Like I said, it's your channel, your rules.
I honestly don't care. I don't have a lot of brain cells left, so whatever you would like to do is completely fine. Where are you at that you don't have Adderall? That sucks. I would die. Between my MS, I also have narcolepsy and a couple other autoimmune things going on. Like without Adderall, I'm not able to get out of bed and function. Like I can't function without it. It is an absolute necessity for me.
And it absolutely is for most people. Not most, but
Most people who are taking it take it because it's.
Yeah, but you have like drug seekers.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
that actually creates a problem in the medical system where doctors can potentially be held responsible.
Well, the number of people that abused it during COVID.
I imagine that
unreal.
went massive.
So they've tightened the regulations on it. So now I have to go in person to my doctor, which is over an hour away, every 3 months just to get that prescription refilled. And for me to get to a doctor is not easy. It's at USF and it's like a nightmare.
I gotta talk to my fiance about that because I think that she can do it electronically still. Maybe it depends.
So yes, but mine is prescribed by a neurologist as opposed to
mine is a psychiatrist.
Yeah. So
But you'd think that a neurologist would be more equipped to make that determination. No, not necessarily.
because people were prescribing it for unknown reasons, but a psychiatrist can do a virtual visit still, but a neurologist cannot. They have to see you in person.
Oh, that's new information that I did not know. I'll have to ask her about that.
It changed over the summer in July, I believe.
All right, we'll talk about that in the backstage.
I just want you guys to know cats. I hate cats.
Let's talk about, let me see if I can find it. What's the name of the case again? It's
McConaughey, wait, hold on. McConahie versus City of Waverly, Waverly, comma TENN et al.
all right, so I can pull up the PDF in a second. So this, I believe, is the criminal appeal that he made.
What is?
Yeah. Can you let me present?
You should be able to.
All right. So this is Tory McConahie. Let's see how that comes up. That's a little small.
No, that's the same thing. That's the judge's opinion.
Is this on the civil or the?
That's the civil.
Civil.
That's the same thing we were just looking at.
Right. So the interesting thing that I had from this, and if you went through before I got on the stream.
I didn't go through all of it. I just they were actually arguing it at the beginning of the stream. He was arguing towards the judge, but the judge responded that it was the family was part of the civil suit. So I wasn't sure if the judge wasn't aware that he was suing the city or if
they might be separate suits.
They're doing the same thing in multiple actions, and
which is not generally appropriate.
Well, this is.
I've not seen a cat being convicted of a DUI.
Mine would, though. Mine totally would.
Why are you getting your cats drunk?
Oh, he's just a troublemaker. Like, he just likes to get into trouble.
That sounds like the old Irish thing. You just rub a little whiskey on the gums of the baby and they go to sleep.
Yeah. Just put a hot toddy in the bottle. No big deal.
But I thought this was interesting in a number of ways.
the complaint that goes along with this. It's in your email. It's handwritten. But I think it would be easier to look at it from here because
Here, you pull up the complaints, and I think that might be something interesting to put some context to this situation. So I'll stop screen, and you can pull up the complaint. Because that judge's order was actually really interesting in my perspective. Because he resolved 3 of the 4 and just assumed the other one was irrelevant. One he actually decided moot, and that's not the one that I think he decided was irrelevant. All right. Oh, Lord, that's going to be a little larger for me to be able to read. You want to pass off the reading?
Yeah, is that big enough? I'm trying to see
Yep.
where.
I'll start. Tory Alexander McConaughey versus the city of Waverly, Tennessee. Humphreys. By the way, this is from the jail. City of Waverly, Tennessee, etc., etc., etc.
So this is the actual form you get from the clerk's office when you, or wherever, when you want to file a civil rights complaint. This is the form we saw in the clerk of court, county clerk Smith with the sob sit son.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a standard. It's by state, but the form is basically the same.
Oh.
So, A, the plaintiffs. Tory A. McConaughey. No AKA against the city of Waverly as defendant 1, Humphreys County Sheriff's Department. And wow, he didn't go any further. Jesus. 42 USC 1983, deprivation of civil rights. 1992 is speedy trial. Yeah, let's see how that goes. Pre-trial detainee. But at that point, wasn't he actually adjudicated?
No. This is January.
Oh no, this.
3.
So the trial that we just watched, that was what, January of 23?
No, a month ago. The trial we just watched was a month ago. The order we read was January 23.
Date and approximate time the events occur, February 10th, 2021. Fine. Facts: a collision between 2 vehicles that were immunite, cause of death for 2 individuals, failure to whatever that is, do care for any and all persons. That's use? Who the fuck would read that? Sorry, excuse me my language. You can edit it out. Sorry. The wreck broke my left clavicle and an additional 5 ribs. Since the wreck...
Is he saying the clavicle's a rib? Just out of curiosity, because that's how I read that. Does he think the clavicle's a rib?
That would be the implication of the way that he wrote it. I don't think that's the intentional. There probably should be a comma there, but that's me being a lawyer.
Well, an additional 5 ribs.
Additional should not be in that phrase.
Right. And 5 ribs, right?
Yes.
Clavicle's not a rib, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, I didn't think so. But just making sure, because it's late in the day, and, my brain does funny things late in the day.
That's okay. You're totally right about that. Since the wreck, problems with pain and now taking depression meds, including sleeping meds, bad dreams.
Oh, poor baby. He has bad dreams.
I can't imagine that anyone else on Earth has had to deal with such absolute imposition.
The trauma.
I would like capital E either medical bills paid
and or, which usually has a slash, but whatever.
Yeah.
We'll let it go.
We're making rules up as we go.
My trial has been continued multiple times for inadmissible reasons. That's not what inadmissible reasons was, but okay, fine.
Reasons.
Violating my first, fast and speedy trial clause. In 21 months, not one plea agreement has been offered. You're not entitled to a plea.
P-L-E-E, plea, like P, like P.
Yeah, I know. I know. You're not entitled to a plea agreement. It goes back to, and to all of the folks here who don't.
But everybody else got a plea agreement.
I know everyone believes certain things about the law. And I want to bring this back to something that those who are not particularly adept might not understand. Saying you haven't read me my Miranda rights while you're being arrested, not a defense. They don't have to give you your Miranda rights unless you're under a custodial interrogation. So if they don't ask you any questions and they just lock you up and throw you in the back of a squad car, you don't have Miranda rights. You don't have to be read them. Sort of have them, but you don't need to be read them. Sort of.
About what they can use against you, and they can't use your words against you unless you've been read those rights, correct?
Sort of. So to make it very simple, and this is every bar exam question, anyone here who hopes to be an attorney, heed these words. When it comes to Miranda, it is considered hearsay unless you're Mirandized. That doesn't mean that there aren't ways around it. So if you're in the back of the cop car, you haven't read Miranda, and you start screaming that MFer deserved it, I did it, he deserved it, F him, that might actually come in because you weren't under interrogation. Meg, I believe you're correct.
Did you file a grievance? Yes. Humphreys County electronic grievance system. And what did you claim in your grievance? That I felt prejudice in this facility. I asked for a transfer. That I am a state inmate and my medical costs should be covered.
Oh. No, that's not how that works. What was the result, if any? None. All right, we're done. Let's go home.
They do not take grievance procedures seriously.
All right, if there's no result, we're done. Good night. Thank you for your time.
Have you filed any other lawsuits? No. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is dated 11/1/22. And that is... Okay, so this is where...
Oh, Lord. This is going to break down into nonsense, isn't it?
Yep. I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to let you read this one because I am probably going to need some nicotine to get through this concept.
So he is citing TCA 29-20-101, Tennessee Governmental Tort Liability Act. Upon information and belief, the Humphreys County Sheriff's Department and the City of Waverly, through its officers, violated their own respective policies on pursuit driving and were thus negligent in not blocking the Clydenton Road and Highway 70 bypass intersection where the crash occurred.
If we're clear, I'm looking up the statute while you read.
Okay.
29-20-101. Okay.
Resulting in the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Franklin. B. Plaintiffs, there's only one plaintiff, allege that defendants' pursuit continued in excess of 30 miles, committing multiple acts of common law negligence. And I think that's a 1.
That's a civil standard, but okay.
Pursued Tory McConaughey at grossly excessive speeds when pursuit was not necessary or justified. The pursuit was not based on reasonable suspicion that Mr. McConaughey had committed a violent felony. Failed to use due care for the safety of all persons. Engaged in high speeds of 115 miles per hour. Failed to operate vehicles in a safe manner. So 108 and 136 are cited.
Can you go back to the original statute that he cited?
It's this 108 right here. Oh, no, it's different. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a different one.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to look it up. 29-20-101. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. In addition to the tragic deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Franklin, the collision inflicted multiple fractures to Mr. McConaughey's left clavicle and 5 broken ribs. Mr. McConaughey now undergoes I think he's trying to say psychiatric.
I think he's trying to say psychiatric.
Yeah, I do too. He forgot an S and stuff.
Yeah, well.
Issues along with physical pain issues.
Oh, lovely. So he literally cited to the title of the actual code section.
Okay, so try 55-8, 108, and 136.
All right. Let's see. Give me 1 second.
Hi. How you doing? Yeah?
Let's see. Can you go back to that section? That's speed trial. I don't care about that, honestly, because 55-8, and I'll go from there. Fine.
Who's the sweetest girl ever? Is Penny the sweetest girl ever? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Okay.
Authorized emergency vehicles is 108.
Okay.
Which is totally irrelevant.
Yeah, it would be like internal policies. And I mean, you couldn't really.
And then 136
Okay.
is drivers to exercise due care. Jesus. Sorry. I know I said I would be on my best behavior. I've been trying.
I know John lied to us. He did. Well, this is the last of it. So he's also complaining that his speedy trial rights were violated. Please don't, no kisses. Plaintiff alleges that the courts have violated his fast and speedy trial by a jury of his peers. Mr. McConaughey has been incarcerated for 21 continuous months. The trial has been continued for inadmissible reasons. Case holds high prejudice risk for unfair trial, multiple conflicts of interest with attorneys, DA, due to relationships with victims, including county sheriff. State has, without a reasonable doubt, and in fact,
sheriff a victim?
Huh?
Is the county sheriff a victim?
No, it's a small town. Everybody knows everybody. There was an article in the news where the sheriff was saying how upset he was. I guarantee you that's what it has to do with.
Okay.
Convict me of such. There is, in fact, enough admissible evidence to convict me of such indictments, but fail to proceed with a trial or sentencing hearing.
Okay. So I have dealt with pro se complaints in the past.
So this is, yeah, let me.
I'll give you one kind of war story example. I had somebody when I was working in Philadelphia who bought a strip club with questionable credit, and it burned down the next day. And he decided to file an insurance complaint, and the insurance company denied it, saying, we feel like this is kind of fraud. He filed a pro se answer where he cited Han Solo, Jesus Christ, and Mahatma Gandhi in the course of his answer. And it was like a 68-page handwritten answer that I had to go through paragraph by paragraph, trying to put it into something that a court would understand to rebut it. That was fun. So I'm very familiar with pro se complaints. This one is not the worst that I've ever seen. I've got to be honest. He at least cites statutes. They're not relevant and nobody cares, but they're at least something close to a legal argument.
He actually filed a follow-up.
Oh, Lord. Don't do this to me.
I'm not sure why. He
probably because the first one failed.
It was kind of an amendment to the complaint, I think. Maybe because he didn't have it on the right paper.
Maybe it's because the first one was dismissed.
Hold on, I'll go back to the docket in a second, but I think it says pretty much the same thing. Defendants engaged in a high-speed chase that continued through 3 counties at speeds in excess of 115 miles an hour, violating due care of diligence, endangering the safety of the general public. Defendants also failed to back off intersections that were most busiest.
I'm sorry, pause for a second. I can't let this go.
Most busiest?
Yeah, well, set that aside, because that's stupid in and of itself. But defendants engaged in a high-speed chase. Who the fuck? Excuse me.
They chased me.
Who were they chasing? Why did they have to be involved in a high-speed chase other than your
I wouldn't have run if they weren't chasing me.
Right.
Melly.
Who would have? Hey,
it's my favorite thing to do.
It's your fault. You're endangering the public because
aneurysm, letting me pro se motion and telling me can't say fuck.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to do my best, but I'm struggling a little bit on this one. I'm trying, Meg. I swear to you, I am trying.
It's all good. It's a holiday. I'll give you a couple.
Oh Lord, violating due care of diligence. Where was your due care of diligence when you required cops to chase you across 3 counties at 150
He
miles
didn't do anything
an hour?
violent. He shouldn't have been chasing him. And they didn't.
If you didn't run, we wouldn't have to chase you.
They didn't block off intersections that were most busiest, allowing a fatal collision, taking the lives of 2 residents.
It was your car.
Residents. 2 residents. 2 houses were killed in the making of this complaint. I'm sorry, it's not a laughing matter, but come on.
No, at some point, honestly, you're starting to think like a lawyer. You have to laugh at this, otherwise you just break down and die.
Yeah. Since then, I have had several trial dates to be rescheduled for inexcusable reasons. The state has well enough evidence to convict for said plaintiff, but failed to do so, violating his speedy trial rights.
Wait, did he literally just confess in his own pleading? The state has enough evidence to convict the foresaid plaintiff. All right, fine. Is that a confession?
Plaintiff has been incarcerated for 21 months without plea deal. Plea. Or trial. Plaintiff is also a state inmate.
Yes.
Actually, you're not a state inmate until you're convicted. You were in a county jail.
Not necessarily, but
Generally,
correct.
this facility has also been prejudiced towards my charges, deciding my request to work as a trustee.
Of what?
Wait,
Yeah,
declining.
This
Yeah?
facility has also been prejudice towards my charges, declining my request to work as a trustee. A trustee of what?
So that in prison, you can earn status as a trustee. I need some WD-40 for my chair too. I'm feeling like Judge Wolf. Little squeaky going on. You can work as a trustee. It's where they give them jobs within the prison. Like you get to go work in the upholstery shop, and you get like some prisons they do major work in Stark
and so
up by
the
Gainesville.
term that they use is trustee, because I have a very different concept of that term.
That term is used a lot in prisons. Sometimes it usually means enhanced privileges, whether it be work privileges. Some people had their own cells where they had keys to them, so it was private. I think that was in Indiana.
Okay.
So that's a common term in the prison system.
Again, that's something that I learned today.
Yeah, it's not the trustee we think it is. But they're putting their trust in this inmate to continue behaving properly. Generally, I don't believe that they give it to someone who hasn't even been through trial yet, but I'm not sure.
Honestly, I've never been in prison or in jail, so yeah, that's a new one to me.
I have to send you a link to this documentary. You'll learn a ton.
Yeah.
This facility has we read that. And there's also been several conflicts of interest with my legal assistants, county sheriff, and district attorney as well. And then he signed it and he had it served.
Okay.
And so that was, I did it again. I keep clicking off of it. Damn, Pacer. So that was
Yeah, Philip, Meg actually taught me something that I did not know.
I know, somebody write this down. That was a supplement that was filed in December. They did grant his motion to appoint counsel, and he was ordered to pay the full $402 filing fee in one lump sum or submit an application to proceed without prepaying.
And that's why he filed the informed pauperis.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then he filed that. And then, the case was dismissed. I missed that. So right after
They dismissed this?
Yeah. Well, here. Oh, nope, I can't show you that. Sorry.
No.
There was the memorandum from the court, the opinion, the one that we were looking at earlier.
Right.
And then the same day as that, order dismissing the case. Hold on, 2-page.
The criminal case?
No, this one.
Which is the problem is that you have the civil and the criminal running simultaneously.
So this civil case, that's all I'm looking at.
All right, so
you had that order pulled up on case text?
Yeah.
Okay. So the same day that order was entered, the judge also entered this order.
Oh, dismissing the case against the city. Fine.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I mean, that's all we're talking
Again,
about.
we have like 40 chess going on here.
Sorry, I'm still only talking about this.
All right.
No, absolutely not.
So
But-
they dismissed his case and required him to pay the filing fee.
Correct.
All right. I'm cool with that.
But again, just to reiterate for the people at home who may have missed it earlier.
Honestly, I'm still trying to figure out because we have 3 different cases running simultaneously.
Yeah, and I can't get to the docket of anything but this one. But
okay.
The whole
I'm just trying to work it out in my own mind, but I think I've got it now.
The whole point is he tried suing the city where the accident ultimately took place, to say that it was law enforcement's fault for chasing him.
Right. So that was the one that was dismissed.
Yes, and that one was dismissed. I missed the dismissal part earlier when I was pulling it up.
The claim against him, I imagine, was granted, and the criminal case is ongoing.
The criminal case is done as well. Sentencing happened just this
All right,
past
he was adjudicated guilty.
Yes, and I don't know what his sentence was, but I will run that sometime in the next couple days.
Okay.
Maybe tomorrow. But
jeez, that is such a mess.
When I saw this is what really got me. That, like, who thinks of suing the cop saying, well, yeah, I did it, but you chased me?
Someone who either is extraordinarily desperate or extraordinarily dense. That's kind of my go-to when you deal with.
They love you, man.
Yeah, exactly. Fair enough. I mean, look, I'm trying to figure out 3K. This is the first time that I heard about this was what, at this point, 7 hours ago?
5, but yes.
Fine, even better.
Yeah.
So in the course of 5 hours, I was able to get on top of this case and figure out what the hell is going on. And it's a complicated case because you have 3 cases running simultaneously. Any event.
It is kind of a mess. But hey, you should totally watch the corrupt sheriff stream from yesterday, I think it was. I don't even know what date it is.
Yeah, it was yesterday. It was an hour and change, and I was considering just putting that on as my kind of go to sleep kind of situation.
You should totally go to sleep to my voice tonight. Some people
I
say it's melodic.
It's about that.
It's
all right.
You
want
one for the books.
Is it really that bad?
Oh my gosh. How bad was it, guys? Like Corruption City up in Indiana. Let me tell you. The cornfields are alive with corruption. It's nuts.
Let me put it this way. If it is, what the hell's her name? The mayor in the southern suburbs of Chicago. How do you rate on that scale? I know you know
that bad.
Huh?
But get this. Okay, tell me if you've ever heard of this. As the judge is giving him his bond conditions, he says, well, you got to turn all your guns in. You got this massive gun collection, but you can keep one shotgun, for protection. Have you ever?
I have, but very, very, very rare circumstances. I have actually heard that happen.
Because
I have heard of that happen. I have heard of that happen in a circumstance where somebody actually has genuine fear for their life, but they haven't demonstrated that.
No, they're just country boys.
No, I know, and that's why I'm agreeing with you that it's corruption. I'm agreeing with you that it's the good old boys club.
It blew my mind. I was like, how?
But I have heard of circumstances where somebody is in genuine fear for their lives. And depending upon, like, look, if it's a marijuana charge, it's like, technically you can't have any firearms, but because I know you're in a dangerous area and you've been brought into court, you're a threat for your life, so we'll let you keep something to protect yourself. I've seen that.
I could kind of get behind that one. This has nothing.
I've seen that. I think that's not entirely ridiculous.
No.
Because again, remember, you're innocent until proven guilty. So
Yeah.
the idea is I'm going to let you out on bond on certain conditions, but you're just going to get shot up by the gang next door. Okay, then what justice am I actually serving?
Well, he's not going to make him report for bond.
I don't know.
No, listen, because there's enough public attention on this that if he does anything wrong, they'll call him out on it and let him know.
Right, but like I said,
that's what the judge said.
I'm giving you an example of where.
Oh, I know. I'm just throwing it out there.
No, and in that circumstance, as you described it, no, I tend to agree with you. Yeah, well,
it happens, All right, everyone. Thank you for hanging out with us all day. It was a merry, merry Meg's big happy family Thanksgiving. I almost said Christmas. Hey, everybody, you can start singing Christmas carols and put up your trees now because Thanksgiving's over. It's okay. Love you, Cha. Everybody have a wonderful evening. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you to the incredible J. Robine Law. Make sure you go over there and subscribe to his channel if you haven't done so already. He's been kind of in hibernation mode, but I'm sure he'll come back very soon.
Oh, I have some plans in the works.
Awesome. All right, make sure you go hit subscribe. I'll put a link in my community page as well. Take care, everybody. Have a great day, evening, night, morning, depending on what side of the world you're on.